Okay, I should be live. Let me ping the Discord crew. There we go. And what do we need when we have these streams? We need our background music. So let's start with the dulcet tones. While we're at it, let's look up the word dulcet. I believe I think it means sweet, but we'll see. Dulcet. Google says, especially of sound, sweet and soothing. Okay, I got it right. Well, today is a chill Q&A stream, and I drew a little... You saw the thumbnail, but I want to show it for people. Let's see. Documents, blogs, thumbnails. Because I found this on the internet, the graphic, which is of course, it's a frog dressed up in a Santa outfit. So I had to adapt it to my, let's see. Oh, that's not the thumbnail, hang on. Well, you see the thumbnail. I guess I can show it to you from the Discord. Let me capture it. Okay, let's see. There we go. And can I zoom this in? Am I allowed to zoom? I hope so. Why don't I see a zoom tool anywhere here? Yeah, I'd like to zoom in. Or fit to window, let's do that. No, that doesn't work. Oh, man, I hate this. Control plus. Thank you, Microsoft. Well, I captured the little play, but you get the idea. That's today's thumbnail. Okay, and let me make sure I have the chat going correctly. Okay. So what I'm going to do in this stream is just answer questions. And some of those questions probably will come from people in the stream, but also they'll come from posts on Reddit that have been recently asked, or people where I owe them an answer and haven't said anything, or just common topics that have been coming up. So this is, and we'll take any topic you want. I'll give you one big update. I ordered the Huion Canvas Pro 24 Gen 3 yesterday or Saturday, I can't remember when. So I'm hoping it'll be coming in a week or two. And I do expect this tablet to be good. My only question is the parallax. At least one review has pointed out it has more parallax than they'd expect, which may not be a problem. And I'm going to try to explain why. In fact, I'm going to try to explain parallax in a minute if I can get the code. And I can explain it, but with this tool I built, which you've seen the tool, but in a very different context. So give me a moment as we're going to talk about parallax. How about we begin with that? Let me just clean up a few things. I've just got too much going on, too many windows open. Close that. I want to keep the YouTube chat open. Sorry, it must be disorienting when I talk about things I'm seeing, but you are not. But unfortunately, it'd be more confusing if you see me just clicking at a bunch of random windows. Oh, I forgot to connect my display here. Let's see if that can turn itself on. Whoa. Oh, this thing lost track of what's going on here. Oh, that's confusing. Okay. Sorry, my mouse, when I connect to the display, my mouse is highly confused about what is happening. So let me change the display settings to be... that's interesting. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna have to do a few adjustments here. Fortunately, I have two mice, so I can adjust things. I'm gonna make... And you can't see any of this, of course. Apply. I may need to restart my my software. Yeah, I might have to do that. Let's see if I can do that. Don't worry, nothing's going to affect the stream. I just, I guess it's a consequence of the app I'm using. But yeah, we'll get into parallax. This is highly misunderstood topic, by the way. Highly misunderstood topic. Okay, let us... First of all, let me turn off that Discord overlay. That is the thing that shows up in every stream and just drives me crazy. Because it just hangs around and I don't want it. I'm not saying it's not useful. I just don't want it. Go to user settings in Discord, it says. I have Discord up. User settings, go to the gear icon, navigate to game overlay. Okay. See, it's treating the software I use to move the mouse between my Mac and my PC, which is called Synergy. It's acting like that's a game. So first of all, I'm going to disable the entire overlay. Yeah, they want me to tell why. I'm not going to tell them why. I don't owe them a reason. That's not very nice of me. I should tell them why, but I'm not in the mood right now. Enable legacy overlay. How about no? So no overlays anymore. Fantastic. Okay, and I'm almost there, I think. I just need to... I'm going to turn off the Synergy app for a second. And then let's see. Oh, where is this Synergy app? Synergy. Restart. I'll restart it. That should trigger. Okay, great. I discovered a new thing live on stream. Okay, now let's get to that simulation. But before I do, I need to clean up a few more things. I hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving. I did. It was just me and my mother, actually, this year. That was fun. We'll get together with the rest of my family. I checked in with my friends. They all seem to have had a great Thanksgiving as well, which really, really pleases me. And next year, I'm sure we'll all get together as we always get together. It's a very large group. Let's see. Got 2 thumbs up. Maybe someone's watching. Okay. I think I'm good. Okay. So, let's do a little bit of showing you what I'm doing, actually. Why is it not transferring? Oh, maybe it's not on the right. Oh, I am showing the right thing. I had the wrong, what do you call it? Thing showing my teleprompter. Okay, this is Krita. That's not what I want to show you. Do not save. Do not save Fresco, or whatever this is, and get rid of all these. Some people like icons on the desktop. I very rarely use them. Just in specific circumstances, I temporarily put icons on the desktop. But some people are habituated. I was going to say addicted, but very habituated to a lot of icons. Okay, and to get what I need to show you, I'm going to use, what do you call that thing? GitHub Desktop. GitHub Desktop. And let me check I'm going to keep the Discord in front of me in case anyone has any messages. Pen 3D Sim. I think I'm going to pull the origin. And I believe the master branch has everything I need. Okay? So let's show an explorer. Let me try to explain what's going on here. This is actually the same tool that I used to demonstrate pen orientation in terms of tilt and barrel rotation. Okay? So just to get everyone on the same page, let me do the animation. Oh, this isn't the latest version, actually. It must be a work in progress. So let's fetch and read. There we go. Yeah, this is correct. Okay. Just starts off in a better angle, has some better UI. This is all on GitHub. You can edit it yourself. So what I want to show you first is one of the changes I had is I added a mouse cursor, which I can turn off. For now, I'm going to turn it off. And I'm just going to play you the animation, which demonstrates barrel rotation and tilt, okay? So we'll rotate all of them. Okay, so this is what I showed and I made a video about last week. And we're going to explore this because as I was working through this video and this tool, I realized I could make it do more. And I could have it show you things that were not originally planned, okay? And it started when I wanted to show the mouse. That's when I realized it. So let me click on annotations, turn on the mouse cursor, okay? And since I'm not going to show the tilt, I'm going to turn off the annotations for altitude, azimuth, and barrel rotation. Okay? And I'm going to reset the pen for a second. So this will actually teach you a lot of stuff. So what we're looking at now, why don't I turn off the shadow as well? Because I think that could be a little confusing to people. So you're seeing now, you can pretend this is like a pen display, meaning a screen tablet. And this is perfection, meaning, you know, geometrically, perfectly, the tip of the pen is perfectly where the tip of the mouse is, okay? So what you see on the so-called simulated screen is perfect pen tracking accuracy. And this accuracy, again, this is the idealized version, it's maintained, notice, no matter which angle I look at the pen and which elevation. There's no way I can rotate this where it's not perfect, okay? And that's very important. That's very important to understand. No tablet, pen display, or pen tablet, screenless tablet, is perfectly accurate. But they can get very close, okay? So that's the first thing you need to understand. And now let's talk about what it looks like when there's several forms of inaccuracy. And one form of inaccuracy is a kind of, what do you call it? Displacement or deflection from the tip, okay? It's almost like there's there's always some distance away at a certain distance. Let me just show you. I can simulate that actually by changing this offset. I'm going to set it off about, a little bit to the right and a little bit down, okay? Now notice this. No matter where I move the pen, it's constant. Constant meaning, if you look at the grid, it is always a little bit to the right and a little bit below where the pen is, okay? So it's important to understand this, that there's this kind of inaccuracy, and what do you see? You do see the pen tip away from this, okay? And paradoxically, in some sense, it's good because this kind of error can be corrected because it's the same displacement or deflection everywhere, okay? Meaning you can use a calibration feature in your driver or something to push it back because it's always exactly, half an inch this way and half an inch this way, so move it. There are other deflections which are dynamic, meaning they only appear when you get to the very edge. That's true in all tablets, especially pen displays. Or there's other kinds of errors which I don't have implemented, which are, they're really exactly perfect at the center, but they slowly drift as we move over. And I don't have that implemented right now. But it doesn't matter because the key thing is the following thing. You know what this looks like, okay? You know exactly what this looks like. And you know that this just means that the tablet is somehow inaccurate in estimating the position of the pen. That's what's going on here. Now, one more thing to notice before we change it is that the pen tip is literally on the surface. And in this case, the screen is an infinitely thin, perfect display, okay? What that means is the screen is, there's no such screen like this because the display panel itself has a thickness, but this pen is not resting on the display panel, it's resting on some glass. And that's going to be actually the source of the parallax is the glass. Everything above the pen display and below the tip. Now, I just want to show you one more time that you can see this effect where the mouse cursor is a little bit off. And I'm exaggerating, they're usually not this far off. But lots of people call this parallax. And that's wrong. Parallax does not mean there's a displacement between the pen tip and the arrow here, the mouse. Mike Wade says, I'm joining late. Which tablet is this? This is just a simulated tablet, Mike Wade. I'm trying to explain what parallax is, and people get that very confused. So it's just a simulation. It's just a simulation of an abstract tablet. And the point I'm making here again is just because you see the mouse drifting away, that's not the same place as the pen tip, that's not parallax. Lots of people, lots in reviews I see, people say a tablet has parallax, and it's obvious they are mistaking the term. They have come to understand parallax as any deviation visually between the pen tip and the mouse cursor, but that's not accurate at all. Parallax is first of all, it's not an inaccuracy. It's an apparent inaccuracy due to a physical separation of the pen tip from the surface of the pen display, from the display panel. Herman Fernandez, do you think the Huion Canvas 27 Pro 4K has the same parallax as the Huion Canvas 24? I don't know. That's a really good question. At least in one review that I saw, which was Garcia Arts, he mentioned, I think it was Garcia Arts, I think he mentioned there was parallax in the 24 4K Gen 3. It was either him or Brad. I think it was Garcia Arts. And it said it didn't bother him, but it's hard to say. I think you should wait for reviews of more reviews for it. Now, I don't have the Canvas 27 Pro 4K. I just ordered the Canvas 24 4K Gen 3, like yesterday or the day before. So in a week or two, I can answer your sort of, I can make the comparison between the Canvas 24 4K Gen 3 and the Wacom Cintiq 24 2K Touch. So I will be able to answer in a week or two. It's hard to say. It's just not predictable why there's parallax in devices, honestly. Okay? It's just not predictable. Which I'm glad you asked, because that's exactly what we're talking about. Okay, so back to the demo. Again, people think this is parallax. That's not parallax. And it won't be obvious right now, but I'll show you in a second. So let's fix that displacement. So we're gonna make the, I'm gonna reset the pen. Actually, let me just reload everything. That's be easier. Okay. Everything is perfect. Now, everything's perfect. Let me change the annotations. Okay, it's perfect. Now let's talk about parallax. Parallax is introduced, again, which is an apparent inaccuracy. It's not a real inaccuracy. And you're gonna see that very clearly. Okay? Why it's an apparent inaccuracy. So the simplest way of explaining parallax is pretending there's a piece of glass above the display panel here. And guess what? We can do that by changing the z distance, meaning how high the thing is. Okay? Now, let me ask you a question. Now, the white line here tells you, actually, let me tilt the pen so it's very clear what the white line is. The white line is actually where the tip is pointing, and the yellow line is what's directly under the tip, okay? So we'll get to that in a second, but for now we'll just talk to the white line and the yellow line are the same, so we're not going to treat them as different. Now let me ask you a question. Right now the white line is directly underneath the tip, and where is the tip of the pointer, the mouse pointer? It's directly underneath the tip, okay? And so when the mouse pointer is directly under the tip, that's called perfect tracking accuracy, okay? It is perfect. Mike Wade, there is parallax in all devices, and there certainly is in 24 touch. It's not much, it's low. I think the only devices that are less than that are like the Apple iPad, which has, in my opinion, very low, a little bit lower parallax. I think also the Samsung Tab S devices also have less parallax. So the question is here, since you've seen the white line, is the computer correctly tracking the position of the pen? And the answer is it is, right? Because it is directly under the tip, as this reveals, okay? Now we have a challenge. We have a challenge here. And let me move the pen just a little bit. I'm gonna move it a little bit to the left and a little bit up, I think. Okay, so let me reduce the hover here for a second. Remember, the hover is there to introduce glass, right? Because you can't touch the surface with the glass in the way. Okay, is the mouse pointer directly underneath the pen tip? The answer is yes. Okay? Are they touching, like visually, to your eyes? Are they touching? And the answer is yes. They're visually touching. Okay? What is accuracy? Accuracy is whether how close the mouse pointer is to directly underneath the tip of the pen. Okay? Now let me raise the hover height a little bit. Let's answer the question again, because the question changes a little bit. Now the question is the mouse pointer, we'll answer the first question, is it directly underneath the tip of the pen? The answer is yes, it is. Visually, to your eyes, are they touching? They are not. Would you say that this tablet is inaccurate or accurate? The answer is it's accurate. The pen, I'm talking here about pen tracking accuracy. It is perfectly accurate, which no tablet is, but the simulation it has. But what do your eyes tell you? Hi, Kairos. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're just talking, Kairos, we're just talking about parallax and how people get it confused. So your eyes don't see them in the same place. And what's more is, I want you to pretend these squares are pixels for a second. I'm going to increase the hover a second, a little bit more. Now pretend these are pixels almost, these big squares. I know they're very big, fat pixels, but you have a situation now where the tablet is perfectly accurate. But what do your eyes tell you? Your eyes tell you that the tip of the pen is pointing to the pixel directly above where the mouse is. Okay, this is parallax. Hi, Nizio/Martin. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So this is parallax. And again, I'm using hover to simulate that there's a piece of glass above. You know, if you can't see the glass, right? That's why this is interesting. This is what gets people tripped up about parallax. Now, parallax, how can you tell it's parallax then? Versus, I'll give you another example. Martin says, I actually like some parallax. Yeah, some people do. Some people do. We'll talk about that as well. So let me ask you a question. Here it is. The pen is above. Pen looks to your eyes like it's touching, because you can't really see the glass. It looks like it's touching the pixel on top, but the mouse is on the pixel on lower, right? So that's people call it parallax, not parallax. Sorry, this is parallax. This is parallax. Now what we're going to do is, how can you tell it's parallax? Well, parallax again is an apparent distortion based upon your eyes, okay? And we'll show you this because the deflection changes. Let me show you. It changes when you look at it in a different way. So let's try looking at it a different way. Now watch this. I'm going to zoom out. Notice that according to your eyes, right? Like this is scaling, but actually your eye, at least with the camera here, it looks like the pen is actually getting closer to the border here, right? Right? You see the effect? That's part of the perspective effect. So, and then the mouse is staying where it is, but the pen looks like it's getting closer to the border. That's an effect of your eyes and the angles involved with your eyes. Okay? Here's another thing. Let's rotate. Now remember, we think, according to our eyes tell us the pen is pointing to this pixel. I really should add a checkerboard pattern here. Now watch what happens as I rotate. Two things. If I rotate up, the parallax, the apparent displacement shrinks. If I tilt like this, the apparent displacement's wild. Our eyes tell us it's over on this pixel, but it's actually, the mouse's pointer's over on, see? Now it's like 3 pixels away, okay? So this is parallax. It changes depending on your angle here, okay? Like the pixel that's getting pointed to. That's not a function of the accuracy of the tablet. That's just how thick the glass is, okay? So let me go back to hover, let me put the hover low. Actually, let me keep it high for a second. I want to show you one more thing. I'm gonna keep it high for a second. So visually, this pen is pointing at this pixel and the pointer is on this pixel. Now let's reduce the, this is where it gets confusing. This is why people get confused. I'm gonna reduce the Z. So there's no parallax now. There's no parallax whatsoever. Now I'm gonna change the cursor offset, okay? And I'm gonna make them, there we go. Now the same thing is happening visually. The pen tip is pointing to the pixel above, and the mouse is pointing to the pixel below. But this isn't parallax. This isn't parallax at all. This is tracking inaccuracy. Now you see why it's hard to tell, right? Because without the benefit of that white line, which can't exist here because there's no hover. Now how do you tell the difference? Well, first of all, let's take a look at the angles. Does it change? Well, no. In fact, like visually, it seems like this different distance, but like which pixels are being pointed at? You see? It doesn't change. No matter how I really look at it, they point to different pixels, right? So that doesn't change, right? And that is the difference between parallax and just accuracy, which gets people lots of our tablet reviewers or people who talk about tablets get this confused. Anytime they see the fact that the cursor is just offset, they're like, oh, that's parallax. That's not parallax. That is not parallax. Okay, I need to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. Right back. Okay, Atlas has joined us. Let's see what he's written here. It seems the way CSP Wacom allow offset with static X files is actually worse than the old way of using tabcal.exe. We could have more offset on the left side than the. I see. You're saying, got it, because there's a static offset. What is tabcal.exe though? Is that a Wacom tool or something? Or I've never heard of that. The old interface where you click 4 points on the screen did. Okay, and it generates an offset mapping, which you do need that. I find that I like offset to the left, and the pen goes on the screen because the right, because the angle of my vision changes. Command tabcal.exe device kind equals pen. Is there a literal? Wait a second. It's a Windows tool. I'm gonna just. Oh, am I crazy for typing this? Oops, tabcal. Whoa! I never even heard of this. So I'm just gonna I'm not gonna run it because I don't want to mess anything up. But I'm gonna explore this later. So let me add to my show notes. What an interesting idea. Where are my show notes? 1 second. I've literally never heard of this tool. Tabcal, device kind equals pen. Let's see, what is today's date? Oh, it's December 1st. By the way, today's Monday, right? Yeah. Before we get back to this, I just want to share a few things. December 12/01. So, note, December 3rd is the 1-year anniversary of me streaming, right? So I will do a special birthday stream on December 3rd. That's Wednesday for me. Okay? And then let me write down this tabcal thing that Otnus has mentioned. I wonder if I can copy paste between these two devices. Please let this work. It does work. Perfect. Just so everyone understands, I copied pasted from my Mac to my PC. That's what actually just happened here. Because I streamed from my Mac, but I'm doing my actual show from the PC, or I'm doing when I project my screen, it's from the PC. Okay, so getting back to this is not parallax because the pen is not hovering. Okay, this is just an accuracy issue, which you might be able to use tools to fix or the driver to fix. Okay, so I just want you to know that because so many reviewers get this wrong, and it drives me crazy. I don't blame them in a way because it's not something that's brought up with a lot of clarity, right? So they end up interpreting parallax, the word, to mean any visual displacement, but that's not what it means. It just means an apparent visual displacement. And let me just prove to you what apparent means, because I know people are asking it one more time. Remember, now it's perfect, and I'm going to increase the hover distance, which simulates parallax. See that visual? It's an apparent displacement. The pen is actually perfectly tracking, right? It's just because our eyes are seeing it in a different, in a different way. That's a problem. This is the best info on it I found. By info on it, you mean, yeah, I thought the Artist Pro 22, Kairos, was good at this. We can take a look at my notes. Sometimes, I do forget, but I can always test it if you want. Let's take a look. Artist 22, Pro 22, sorry. Gen 2. Let's see, it should be here. Do I talk about parallax here? Very good. Okay, yeah, so according to my notes, parallax on the Artist Artist Pro 22 Gen 2 is pretty good. Okay, there's one topic that we're going to Yeah, so it should be good. At least with my unit, it was. Okay, there's one more topic here, which is related, which I want people to, I think I can explain it now better. So, and I will add the simulation to do this automatically, but I want to show it to you. So let's, again, assume that there's no glass, meaning the things are touching. So there cannot be parallax here because the things are touching, okay? It's impossible to have parallax in this situation. And let's say they're perfectly tracking, right? So the pen isn't offset like a distance, okay? It's perfectly tracking. Now, let's talk about tilt and how tilt. So this is tilt compensation. When you tilt, ideally, like this, let's maybe do it like this. When you tilt, the pen should stay directly at the tip of the pen, okay? No matter how you tilt the altitude or change, that should be true. No tablet is perfect at this. They all are a little bit wrong, okay? Sometimes a little, sometimes a lot, but they're at least a little wrong, okay? And so this is an exaggerated picture, but an example would be, let's suppose you're tilted like this, which you might see it, the cursor offset. So, now sometimes it'll be towards the tilt, sometimes it'll be away from the tilt. Now this would be considered, I don't have real measurements here. That I can't tell you this. This would be a lot of displacement visually if you saw it. This would be like 2 millimeters or 3 millimeters. You wouldn't want that. Some people are okay with this, right? I am not. I really want it to be just at worst a millimeter. I can't do a millimeter. I don't have that resolution here. But I want it to be relatively close, between where it is now, like between these two. A little bit's not a problem. A little bit's not a problem. Now, one thing that arises is, it depends on how you draw. So for example, let me fix the offset for a second. Let's make it perfect. Okay, this is perfect. Now I draw right-handed, so my hand tilts it in the way that's shown here. Let me tilt it a little bit more to be more obvious, okay? So this is good for me, okay? Even if it was wrong, meaning it was displaced due to sorry, I messed it up. If it was displaced a little bit over here, it's okay. It's okay for me, right? I don't mind it when you compare it to the alternative. If the alternative is, if it's displaced here, I get really irritated because now the pen is covering the tip, right? So sometimes I've seen pen tablets where the offset's like this at extreme tilt, and it doesn't bother me, but if you're left-handed, sorry, but if you, in those cases where it's like here, it's bad, right? Because it's tilting it. Of course, the opposite is true. If you're left-handed, it'd be better for it to be offset this direction than this direction, okay? So I just wanted to point that out. Now again, this is tilt compensation. Speaking of tilt compensation, as I was developing this simulation, it made me realize, by the way, that there's something that I hadn't really thought about until I made the simulation. So let's increase the hover distance. And remember, the pen is perfectly tracking now. Would everyone agree this is the right thing to do? Like the idealized tablet would have the pointer right underneath the tip of the pen, right? You'd all agree, right? It's pretty obvious when there's no hover. And when there is hover, it seems like it's obvious too. But when you incorporate tilt, I hadn't really thought about this. Let me do some tilt here. Okay? Let me rotate so it's more obvious. Let me ask a question. Where would you expect the mouse pointer? Where would you expect it? I think I believe that the right place for the mouse pointer is directly underneath the tip of the pen. I don't think you want it projected out. See the difference between these two lines? Let me increase the hover height to make it more obvious. I think that you want the mouse pointer, this is a thick sheet of glass, pretend separating the two, just for exaggeration. I think you want the mouse pointer directly underneath the tip of the pen. I don't think you want the mouse pointer to move where the pen is literally pointing. Because if you did that, it would look inaccurate, I think. So I believe this is what's happening with tablets. I believe they try to compute the distance, calculate the position directly underneath the tip of the pen, and not project it out to where the white dotted line is going, because that would create confusion. So anyway, that's my thinking. I hadn't really considered this until I did this simulation. For those wondering, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you the GitHub for the simulation, okay? GitHub. What is it called? It's Pen 3D Sim. If anyone wants to check it out. So I will do a video on this barrel thing. This, sorry. What was it called again? Parallax. I think that'll be interesting. Okay, I need to take another quick bio break. I'll be right back in a minute. Okay, I am back. So I hope that clarified parallax for everyone. I just want to start the stream out explaining that, because I thought that is a confusing thing. So if you have any feedback on how I can explain this better, let me know. I'm just going to talk about parallax versus just normal tracking inaccuracy. I'll leave tilt compensation to another time. Partially because I want to actually implement code to simulate tilt compensation problems. Okay, next. What do I have to show you? Yes, I have an update. I have an update for you. For the first time, I see someone has. It says, "Yeah, I drank the Kool-Aid." And I actually asked, "Is this different?" I thought it was a Hagurumado, which they make wooden grips for Wacom and other pens. But this is Wacom's own wooden grip. I gotta tell you, it looks good. Now, is it worth whatever it's worth? I don't know. Let's find out how much it costs. Oh, you can't see it. Oh, I'm sorry. This is what I was talking about. This is on Reddit. This was, yeah, I drank the Kool-Aid. And then this is I think it looks really beautiful, honestly. More beautiful than I was expecting. Let's see how much it costs. Pro Pen 3 wood grip. Let's see. Wood. Yeah. $50. Come on. $50 really? That's a lot of money. It's out of stock as well. So there goes my... I'm not going to get it. Yeah, Glazed, you were right. You were right, $50. But it's too much, I think. And, you know, a lot of people do not like the Pro Pen 3. Okay? Hello, Pumpkin Cat. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Wow, this is turning out to be quite a little stream today. Let's see. Another thing that, what was I going to show you? Sorry, what I was going to say is some people have been reporting to me that Pro Pen 2, which normally costs like $80, the price has been increased. So let's verify this. It has been. I don't know why. There we go. It used to be like $80 in my memory, but now it's like $95. So that's a problem. That's a problem. I think, as I said, the fact that the moving pad devices no longer support Pro Pen 2 is a bad omen for us. And I have a lot of Pro Pen 2. A lot. Okay. I don't see any other questions, so I'm just going to do my normal holiday Q&A thing. And by Q&A, I'm just going to answer questions. I have a bunch of people asking me. Let's see. View request from Weave Assembly. This is interesting. First of all, let me accept this chat. I'm not sure if I can really find the CTL 672, 472 when I look it up online. Pumpkin Cat, you got one of those? You're talking about these Pro Pen 2? Yeah. If you find it less than $80, get it. It is worth it. Interesting. You know what? I'm also having trouble finding the CTL. Let's just take a look at Amazon for a second. I am also having trouble finding it. Wacom CTL 672. Let me type it in correctly. Look at this. This is so typical Wacom. I know what tablet this is, but it's listed as the Graphire Pen tablet, one by Wacom. Pen input exclusive model medium. What caused this to appear? This is wild. Okay. This is not the right tablet. This is not the right tablet. Can't even see what's going on here. It is getting hard to find, isn't it? Okay, this seems to be $89. And what did this person say? I will reply, it is getting a bit harder to find. It is getting harder to find. And seems like it might be costing more than $4. I do see a couple of them on Amazon and sometimes on eBay. So let's reply to this person. Let's see, Kari says, my XP Pen Artist Pro 22 has that popped out screen, but I vaguely remember this, Kairos. I don't remember if I saw a photo of it. But is it bothering you? Did you contact XP Pen customer support about it? Because it shouldn't have a pop-out screen. Okay, let's see. Nose budget. They're asking me if I've reviewed the XP Pen Artist 13.3 Pro V2. I have not. Since it is a refreshed version of an older tablet with the newer pen, I'm unfortunately not planning to. There we go. I was wondering, Pumpkin Cat says, I know it's out of production, which is a real shame, but is there any way I could look for the art pen? It has a small area that has it. Interesting. Does it bother you though, Kairos? Art pen, listen, Pumpkin Cat, I have tried so many times. It's like a weekly thing with me. I try to find the art pen. And I'll just do it again because I know what's going to happen. Sorry. Wacom KP. You know I look at this pen because the number is seared into my head. KP701E. Can't find it here. Okay. Even on eBay in the last year, it has disappeared. Though we will check. You can't even find these. These are not the 701, the art pen. I should probably put Wacom to filter out those other devices. On the top, it is only seen if you tilt the screen toward you. Got it. Yeah, I can't find the 701, the art pen, anywhere online. Let's try using the word art pen, actually. And let me sort by price. Yeah, it's just not anywhere. So unfortunately, Pumpkin Cat, we're in a bad situation right now if anyone wants the art pen. About I think a year or two ago, someone was mentioning it was out of production, so I bought an extra one, so I have two now. But it's a mess. It's a mess because a lot of people depend on that pen, and the minute it breaks, they're not going to have an option, and they depend on the pen. I have seen so many users pleading. You can easily catch the emotional tone in these messages, pleading with Wacom to bring back the art pen in some capacity, and they are like, I don't think they've been mean about it or anything, but it seems like it's not making any progress, right? It doesn't seem like they're even hinting that they might, or that there are other solutions coming. I hope there are. I think they know that this is a big deal, and frankly, if they don't, then I hope Huion and XP Pen will add this feature. Now, barrel rotation is not an easy feature to add. It actually takes different hardware in the pen, so you have to have a modified pen, and it requires the tablet to do more work to figure this out. So it is not trivial. Like Tilt is trivial. Tilt is just, it doesn't require new pen hardware, it doesn't require new tablet hardware. But barrel rotation is more complicated for sure. Why? Yeah, Pumpkin Cat says, I don't understand, Wacom. Why do they do this? It's a great idea to have rotation pen. I'll give you some theories. So number one, if I had to guess, I would say, and this is just idle speculation, do not take this as scientific. If I had to guess, I would say on the order of the people who buy professional Wacom tablets, I'll bet you less than 10% use the art pen. Okay? And more specifically, I'll bet you less than 10% use, so it's not just using the pen, it's actually using the feature of barrel rotation. Okay? Remember, not all brushes don't just automatically use barrel rotation. They have to be configured to do it. I'll bet you a lot of them just don't use brushes that even do it. In other words, the feature's unused. Okay? And I'll bet you they discovered this, and thinking about their customers, they might have realized that it's such an esoteric feature, and remember, it requires a different manufacturing process for the pen. It's not just a simple Pro Pen 2. It's like there's more going on inside the pen. Now, I've never taken my pen apart, but I believe someone has taken apart an older Wacom. Actually, let's take a look at it. Let's just see. Wacom pen. Basically, what I'm getting at is someone took apart an older Wacom pen, and it actually has two different, what do you call it? Inductor coils. So it is physically different. Let's see. Wacom art pen disassembly. Let's take a look. Maybe we can find disassembly. No, art pen. Let's see if we can find an image here. No one's got the art pen. I don't blame them. It was an expensive pen. I love seeing these disassembled pens, by the way. Let's see. Kyra says, yeah, there's a small part on the top that is up. It's kind of annoying, but not really. I understand. Unfortunately, I'm waiting for what Kyra says next. Is there any picture of the art pen disassembled? Let's see, tilt. No, barrel rotation. Hardware. I misspelled. I saw a picture of this. I'd have to dig out. I think Cube sent it a long time ago. It was for a very special pen. I think it was called the Wacom marker pen. Or was it? Yeah, I think it may have been this pen, which is a wild pen. Look at this. Right? Like, it's thick, like a marker would. And I believe this has barrel rotation. And there was a picture of this disassembled, and it had two inductor coils to sense the rotation. Very interesting. Sometimes the tools to make a part are just worn out, and there isn't enough to. Yeah, I get that. I get that. But this is a problem, though. So let me get back to why I think they did. I think you're exactly right. I think they didn't have enough users that actually used it, and it's much more complicated to produce, and they just decided not to stop. Now, I am hoping that they will resume production of some kind of pen that does this, because this is a tragedy for, like, I don't use barrel rotation, let me make that absolutely clear, but for some people it's a tragedy. Like, they depend on it. Imagine not being able to, your hand is trained to do something. You move your stroke in a certain way, right? But you can't, right? You'd be really irritated. Like, imagine if you were painting with, oil paints or any kind of brush, a literal brush, and suddenly someone was there preventing you from, rotating the brush a little bit. That would drive you crazy if that's your technique. Nick Tyler has joined us. Hello, Nick. Thanks for joining us. So I've finally decided that time has come. I am exchanging my two art pens for a Lamborghini. It might happen at the current prices. Listen, at the current prices, the art pen has been a better investment than Bitcoin, okay? It's at least maintaining its price. I bet you could find it. if someone had an art pen, actually, let me back up. Probably your best chance of finding an art pen is to find someone who's selling a tablet on eBay that is selling the art pen, but they don't know what it is. Meaning, they just think it's a random pen. Okay? And they probably wouldn't even, they might not even write the model number down because they don't know what the pen is. Your best bet is to find a tablet like that somebody's accidentally selling the art pen and don't realize it. And that's the only way. I'm going to check actually on eBay and see if I can find one. But you'd have to scour the photos of the listing. Other than that, I don't know who, if someone's using the art pen, who would give it up? Who would give it up, right? Because there's no replacements. Even if they sell it for $500, it's not. If they're using it, then they can't use it. So they're really messed up. Let's see. Nick says last time I saw them on eBay, they were around they were $500, which is crazy. That's more expensive than the Intuos Pro large pen tablet. That is outrageous. I can't even find, but I think I remember them being in that price range, Nick. I can't even find them now. Cannot even find them now. Which is terribly sad, terribly sad. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna just take a look at something on my screen here. Just to make sure I am good. Sign in. Hang on a second. I'm not too sure. Well, I don't want to play it because people will be upset with. Sorry, YouTube will be upset with copyright. Does everyone remember the scene in Blade Runner where that guy says all these moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain? Yes, I used AI and I made him say all these nibs will be lost in time, like tears in the rain. I think I should modify that now to all these art pens will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Again, I would show it to you, but it uses a song, and YouTube hates when I play any music that has that song, any music in it. So I get a copyright notice immediately, so I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to play it. I guess I could download it, though, and at least play it without the audio. Let's see, and Pumpkin Cat says, or the Wacom. Yeah, it's more expensive than Wacom Moving Pad 11, which is surprising. Okay, what else do I have on the agenda here for us today? Yeah, we'll just go through and just take a look at what people are saying. Oh, man, I'll make this a little bit bigger so you can see what I'm doing here. Let's see, just because we help. Okay. I'm trying to find a laptop for my daughter, mostly for general purpose. If you want one that's touchscreen, pen compatible. Touchscreen with pen or pen compatible. Okay. I can help this person out. Let's see. Let's get to my recommendations. See the link for 2-in-1 laptops here. Okay. Nick says art pens were never a mass product. Most artists never even said, yeah. Again, what I'm really hoping, getting back to art pen and barrel rotation. So the equations have changed, okay? The first equation that's changed is Apple introduced the iPad, which got a lot of people used to just having, displays with them, which is good. Then they introduced the Apple Pencil, which now people are they understand what a stylus would do, right? So that's good. People are starting to get habituated. Though what percentage of users use the Apple Pencil? I don't know. We can find that out. Let's ask Google, what percentage, watch it lie to us, of iPad users use the Apple Pencil. So we can estimate a few things from this that might help. Okay, the AI, anyway, says approximately 10% or less of iPad users use the Apple Pencil. Okay? Or 10% or fewer. This is based on sales figures. 42 million Apple Pencils sold versus 420 million iPads sold since 2015. So, just in general, people aren't using styluses, but they did add in the Apple Pencil Pro barrel rotation, what they call barrel roll. And hopefully this is, if you get a lot of artists using that, maybe Wacom is motivated maybe to add barrel rotation to their pens. Another thing that will help is, I believe there were patents on barrel rotation. I believe the patents have expired, the core patents anyway. So if Huion or XP Pen or Sense Labs can make a pen with barrel rotation, that again just chips away at Wacom. I bet for that percentage of artists, who almost, I think by definition, have to be serious artists, maybe even they have to be professionals, since they're using barrel rotation, if Huion offers or XP Pen offered a pen with barrel rotation, I think that would make that'd be a big motivator to do a brand switch and switch from Wacom, right? Now maybe that would motivate Wacom to produce another art pen. Look, I'm all for having them produce another art pen. We just don't see any signs of it right now. Tilt brush rotation works, but I struggle to use it in a calligraphy manner. Can you remind me, Nick, about the gradient painting trick in Krita? I vaguely remember something in a stream, but I can't remember it very clearly. Vaguely, it's in my mind. Let me check. Hold on a second. I want to check something out. Okay, got it. So yeah, we got a problem. You got a problem. I feel a lot of sympathy for people with the art pen. Okay, let's just keep on taking a look and let's help people. Look at this one. I don't know my Wacom tablet can lose support ever. What's the point of literally buying? I don't know if it's killer. It still works, damn it. Okay, well, people have helped them, it looks like. Let's see if I can actually read this, if I can translate. Ihr Wacom-Gerät wird nicht mehr unterstützt. Your Wacom device, well, I would translate this as no longer supported. Mindestens eines Ihrer Wacom-Geräte wird von diesem Treiber nicht mehr unterstützt. Mindestens, I thought it meant like at least, or minimum. Your Wacom device is no longer supported by this. Treiber means driver. Für optimale Leistung empfehlen wir Ihnen for, I think they're saying for an optimal experience, we recommend to you auf ein neueres, my German pronunciation is terrible, auf ein neueres, I'm saying Wacom in German, Wacom Produkt umzusteigen. I guess that means to, I don't know what umsteigen means, but I guess I'll interpret it as to buy a new tablet, Wacom tablet. Kontaktieren Sie den Wacom Support, mehr zu erfahren. Vielen Dank für Ihre Unterstützung. Contact Wacom Support to do something more, and thank you for your support. It's funny the way this is phrased, actually, because it literally keeps saying your device is not supported. the driver does not support it. And then at the end it says, thanks for your support, which is just a weird, way of organizing this. We don't support this device. The driver doesn't support it. Thanks for your support. Let's see. Fluff Dudes, how do I get better at using a screenless tablet? Hey, I have tips for you. Let's just see. Weird. Look, I typed in the word weird. Let's see. First of all, tell us about the problem you're having, Fluff Dude. That would help. But make sure you have this setting, okay? Control C and... Okay, and this is at... well, that was Fluff Dude, I think. So Fluff Dude, I just put in a link in the chat that should help you. Make sure that setting is on, okay? But also just tell us what kind of problems you're having. Let's see, when you have color gradient like stamp, you paint with a rotating gradient. I'll check through my links, Nick Tyler, but if you have it around, please send it again. I'll have to... You gotta tell us more, Fluff Dude, about what is difficult. Like, is it a pressure problem? Is it an accuracy problem? Is it doing something odd? If the way you said it, I would almost imagine it's a pressure problem, but you have a little more explanation. Tell us what you'd like it to do, or what you'd like the strokes to look at. Also tell us which app you're... Also join the Discord, by the way. Which, let me send the Discord link to you. Force proportions is a game changer with screenless tablets. I agree, Pumpkin Cat. And let me give my force proportions. I'm going to do a PSA, it means public service announcement for force proportions. Let me just prepare myself mentally. I'm just in a good mood today. Let me prepare myself mentally for this. So I'm about to do like you have an actor in front of a screen and they're giving you like a message about your health or something. Many of you are suffering from bad stroking. Oh, that sounds awful. Many of you are suffering from bad line quality with your tablets. It's feeling weird. You draw a circle, it comes out to be an oval. Or maybe you've always noticed something hasn't felt quite right. We at the Drawing Tablet Research Institute recommend that you turn on force proportions in your driver. It may also be called something like proportion or match proportions or screen ratio. It will automatically, for pen tablets, that means screenless tablets, it will make your drawing life easier. Just do it. Just do it. It'll make everything better. Okay, that was my PSA for force proportions. Let's see, Fluff Dude says, accuracy problem. That's, lots of people feel that way, Fluff Dude. Lots of people feel that way. But let me give you another tip. It's called drawing smooth strokes. Give me a second. Smooth strokes. I've got a page for everything. Copy and let's paste it. There we go. Yeah, glazed avocado, I agree. It is so wild that it's not the default. At least with the new Wacom Center, when you set up a pen tablet, it does go through a little, excuse me. It goes through a little bit of a wizard that tells you, like it sort of tries to tell you about it. So that's good. It's better than when they not saying anything. But so basically I think a pen tablet should do this. And we'll talk about the negatives of my proposal. A pen tablet should, by default, be mapped to a single monitor, which is going to be your main display, and it should be set to force proportions automatically. Now, that has a negative. The negative is, some people are going to say, why doesn't my tablet pointer, like when I move the pointer on the tablet, Why doesn't it go to a different display? Okay, that's easily fixed. Okay. The second thing is they're going to have two monitors, and they're going to say, well, if you do force proportions, you should always do it to one monitor. If you have two monitors, you'll pick the primary one, the main display. They'll complain. And so also, you should have a setting, which is the second button, like the top button, should be set to switch monitors, okay? Start that way, and then everyone will be fine. That would be a better, understanding of how to do things. I'm sure there are good reasons why they don't do that, but I don't know what those are. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what these people said. Did I get my translation correct? Okay, translation is... Okay. No longer supported. We recommend switching. Okay, so umsteigen, I guess, could be interpreted as switching. Zu erfahren. To learn more. Mehr zu erfahren means mehr to learn. Okay, sorry, more to learn. Okay, I think my translation was not bad. By the way, I only studied German for 18 months, and that was 30 years ago. More than 30 years ago. So I feel pretty happy that I'm able to read that text. And I don't speak it. I've never spoken it, meaning outside of those 18 months. And I was not in German. Let's see. To be fair, personally, the way I got myself to be happy with my lines is meticulously centering my tablet to my screen and fiddling with the third-party software that helps with stroke. Was that Lazy Nezumi? Was that the software you're talking about? What did these people say? Okay, this person was helped. And I'm going to just add this. I have an install guide for Open Tablet Driver. Because this person, tablet. Because this person probably doesn't realize how difficult this might be. Setting up OTD can be complicated. I don't know if they actually did everything. You might... Oh no, I bet you they're on a Mac. Let's just double check. These are probably on a Mac, in which case you don't need to do my Windows guide, so I'm just gonna leave this person alone since they say it's everyone. They say it's working, right? Lazy Nezumi Pro? Okay. I've never tried Lazy Nezumi. I've been curious about it. The program you use helps a lot with line feel. I find Clipsheet has much better brush control from default than Photoshop. I could believe that. Glazed Avocado. I just got into OS Pro today, and it felt so weird before enable. Yes. And just so everyone knows, and this is confession time. Do you remember I've used tablets for 30 years? Since like 1995. So that has been 30 years. For over 20 of those years, I didn't know about force proportions. I want you to think about that. There are many times I bought a new tablet and I thought, man, this feels weird. Like I always got used to the tablet the way it was. And then I bought a new tablet and it just felt weird. I could never figure out why it felt weird. Right? And sometimes I actually remember I bought what was it, like an Intuos 5, or yeah, let's say it's Intuos 4 to Intuos 5, or one of those, and I switched. I'm like, man, this is so bad. I went back to my old tablet. Now, two things happened there. I didn't pay attention to the size. I actually bought a small. I'd been using a medium, but I bought a small because the small had such wide bezels that it made me think it was a medium. That was a mistake. I didn't realize it. The second thing was I never knew about force proportions, and the aspect ratio of the new one was just different. And so it took me 20 years. I just noticed one day that setting, over 20 years, and I noticed that setting, force proportions, and I thought, I wonder what this does. And then I clicked it, and like I thought about it. Right? Actually, before I clicked it, I thought about what the words meant. And I thought, it was like in a cartoon character, the light bulb goes off. I'm like, oh my God, this is mapping the tablets. I didn't know the word for it, active area, to the screen perfectly. And so I clicked it, and I thought, I can't believe I've been drawing badly with, just irritation for 20 years. So it's very common. I do agree the default should be changed. Okay, this person is helped. So they don't need my help. So let's get back to this person. I'm talking about this Reddit user. Because we're doing Q&A today. We're just doing Q&A. This person's asking for best cheap graphics tablet for study notes, diagrams, any advice? Let me just do that. Let me go here. Again, I have a page for everything, don't I? Note. Or taking notes with drawing tablets. Probably I should add a link here, actually, to many beginner tablets. Yeah, actually, I'm going to do that. I'm going to annotate this to be a little more clear. Let's see, the page was called Taking Notes. Notes. With drawing tablets. And what do I want to say? There are several types of drawing tablets. I got to tell them that. I believe the one, it's called types of drawing tablets. Okay. Generally, I generally believe people should get a standalone mobile computer or dedicated, right? Let's see, I'll say there are, sorry. I don't want that. I want to. Let's convert this to paragraph. Let's see, I sent you a screenshot of gradient brushstrokes in Discord stream chat. You still have a link to that YouTube tutorial there. Just a fun way to play with rotating brushes. Children love. Okay, interesting. Okay, I'll take that in just a second. Let me just finish editing this. Thank you, Nick, for sharing that. Let's see, I want to say more recommendations here. More general recommendations here. I have two sets of recommendations. Other recommendations here, or other options, I should say. Recommendations, and then recommendations for beginners. Yeah, I'll just leave the one link. They can see the rest. Reco. I'll probably add a few more here. Probably like XP Pen. Deco. MW, XP pen. That's another one good one. Echo LW. We're small. I think I have notes for these tablets as well. Teco LW. Let me copy this. My notes are not very extensive here, so I'll just leave it like that. I need to write down more notes. Okay, I think that's good enough for this. Merge. And then we'll take a look at Nick's brush in just a second. See this. Join our Discord if you need help. And let's put the Discord there. There we go. Hopefully that helps this person. Okay, let's see what Nick has sent us. Let's see. I'm looking at this stream chat. Oh, this thing. Yes, yes, yes. Let me bring up the picture so everyone can see. Thank you, Nick. I totally forgot about this one. Yeah, does everyone see it? Yes, this now I remember. This looks good. Okay, I need to step away for just a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. And let's see. We were looking at Nick's gradient brushes. And the link is in there already. Okay, for the tutorial. Let's take a look at it. Give me a second. Let's bring up the Discord and take a look. How? Oh, this is it. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, the chat is.
Krita can handle the source in these different ways: plain color, gradient, uniform, random.
Let's start at the beginning. Take a look at this.
Source options. As you can see, the first thing that we find is the source. And as you may guess, source is where the color came from. Krita can handle the source in these different ways: plain color, gradient, uniform, random, total random, pattern, and locked pattern. To understand better the sources, I need to increase a bit the size, and you can see it's a normal brush, it's the basic 2. I'm going to remove the opacity.
Hi, Charlie Martian. Happy Cyber Monday. Good to see you, Charlie.
Disable the auto spacing because
we're just exploring gradient
right
brushes.
Now. Put this to 1, and you can see you have something like this. Nothing special, but very useful. So if I go to darken and I activate, you can see how I'm using the pressure. The lowest values in pressure creates no variation in the brush stroke. But
yeah, Charlie, I want to try it. Do I have to have the art pen? I mean, it doesn't matter either way, but the gradient's already pre-made by default. You don't need to okay. So let's watch this, and let's just, after he's done, I'll actually try it.
As I increase the pressure, I get more darkening effect. So you can see here is something like this. Maybe this is not too much useful if we use to a higher range or the maximum, but if we decrease this maybe to just a bit, we can create darker tones and lighter tones inside the brush stroke. I don't want to be just brushing like this, so I use a Fuzzy Dab, makes the work for me. Remember, if I use a lower spacing, I get something like this, and yeah, that's darkening. And now let's talk about the mix. Mix is really interesting because allow us to mix the foreground and background and some things about the gradients that we are covering in a minute. So for example, imagine I have the here red color and blue one, and I can get something like this. So if I am controlling with the pressure, low pressure means background, high pressure foreground, but I can reverse the effect. So I can create a decremental curve, and I have my red.
Oh, that's nice to know, Nick, that you can just set it, you can change in the gradient swatch. You don't need to change the brush itself. Okay, good to know.
With low pressure and my blue with higher pressure. Use it as you want. When we're using the plain color in the source, by default pressure is active. I don't use this too much in pressure. I use more the Fuzzy Dab because it's very useful to create chromacity during the brush stroke. Now let's see what we can
I see, Nick.
With
Got
the
it.
gradient. I arrive to the aura and I have the fade. I decrease the value, keep that brush stroke again. And now you see the wet behavior, but with a gradient.
The last 1 minute, okay. So if I literally interpret what you're saying, it's about at 8:30.
Going to create, and the last step to
Here we go.
foreground and the background to orange, for example. And the last step will be to activate the rotation with the drawing.
Oops, I think I skipped a little bit.
And go to the brush tip, select your recently created option, the full size. And now, as we are using the foreground to background, we can change these colors to foreground and the background to orange, for example.
I think I skipped over.
Okay.
He starts gradients a little bit earlier.
Need to activate the define and then, okay, going to create a gradient really fast. So go to add and give it a name, just like,
Okay, create a
and I'm
gradient.
going to create these from red to just like blue, maybe dark blue. This will be my gradient. Okay, so now you can create with your own gradients. You can create a lot of different things.
Okay, I think I
with
understand
these
what it. Let's
type
try it
of
out. Give me a second. Let me
brushes.
get a tablet. I hope I can find one, and we'll take a look. Give me 1 second. Give me a moment. I gotta figure out what I need to do to. Okay, I am back with a art pen, yeah, and Intuos Pro Large 2025 edition. My go-to tablet right now, even though I understand not everyone likes it. And I need somehow to plug this in, and I don't have a long enough cable. But I have a longer cable here. Let's see if this will work. Give me a moment. Where's my music? I can't function without my music. Let's unmute it. No need to flex the art pen. I've got 2 of them, by the way. But I'm not rich enough to have 3. I'm not paying. Listen, I have a lot of pens. I have like 137, but I am not paying $500 for an art pen. Okay, that is. If the art pen was made of, or whatever pen, there is a pen on eBay that I would pay $300 for. It's a super rare Wacom pen. I think it actually has like metallic body. Just for to be a baller, I would pay $300 for it. But it was originally being sold for $700, I think, and then they reduced it to $500. But no way am I spending $500 on an art pen. I'm not gonna do it. There's only so much you can push me to do, and that's beyond my. Again, it would have to be special. I'd pay $500 if it was special, like if it was, had like gold on it or something, like it was elaborate, or only like 3 of them in existence, and it was personally forged, like in a volcano on another planet or something, like oh yeah, it was made from a meteorite. That I'd pay $500 for. Okay, so it'd have to be made from a meteorite, right? And handmade, like crafted in some way. Not like, machines couldn't do it. It has to be done by human hands. Artisans, digital pen artisans would have to make it. And it would have to receive some kind of blessing, like from a religious figure. Like a pope type figure or something, right? And it would have to come with like a poem, maybe? Then I pay $500. If it was made from volcanic material, like that one fountain pen. Was there such a pen? I should write down my requirements. Made of a meteorite that fell to Earth, blessed by a prominent religious authority, preferably the Pope. Not that I'm Catholic, I just feel like it's appropriate. Would have to have like written material, like it has to have lore around it, like a story would have to be written. A haiku, yes, Charlie Martian. A haiku. And what's that thing? I always like they fold the metal or something, like in a sword. I want that. And it has to be in a very special box, right? And only artisans are allowed to do it. Okay? No. I just love riffing these insane ideas. The One Ring and one pen in the darkness to bind them. What's the old poem? Hang on. What's the ring? The ring. What do you call that? One to bind them. What is that from? Okay, let's see. Let's just make ours up. One pen to rule them all. One ring to find them. One pen to find them, and one pen to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. Hey, Nick, that's not the most evil idea I've had. Most evil idea I've had for Wacom or any is subscriptions for the features of the pen. Right? So not only will the tablet become expensive, but also you'll be paying every year for the privilege to continue using. Actually, okay, let me ask you a question. I do mean this seriously. Okay. So many people have the Intuos Pro, the 2013 series, and recently that was discontinued. The driver support dropped. Okay. Let me ask you an honest question. Would you be okay paying Wacom $30 a year for just continued support for as long as you use your tablet? Would you be willing to pay a subscription, $30 a year? Tell me. Would you be willing to pay that subscription if they... No, I'm not trying to be totally evil here. Let's try to make this make sense. Would you pay $30 a year if that included, like if you broke your pen, they gave you a new pen every time, like no questions asked, up to a limit of 3 pens a year? Would you be willing to do it? Maybe there's a token fee of like $10 to replace a pen on top of the subscription, but I'm just really curious. Would you be willing to do it? $50. Let's try this. $50 a year. The tablet is free. Tell me. Let's see. The box carved of rare hardwood and the pen to be carved under the light of a... Yes, you're on the right track. Maybe if Elon's like robots in space can fetch us back like material from an asteroid as well, that would be cool. Or the moon dust. Nick says, Logitech tried that already. The idea already failed successfully. It failed successfully. The subscription-based mouse? Wait, they actually did that. Interesting. Okay, let's get some gradient brushes going, because we know we love gradient brushes. Okay, let's start Krita. And I gotta fix the mapping. Pen insurance is a crazy concept. Dystopic enough to make me not want to ever think about it. It'll happen. It'll be under the what they call the APA, the Affordable Pen Act, like the ACA. That's Obamacare, what they call it. With the price of a new Intuos Pro M or L, a 50-year doesn't. It doesn't, does it? If you listen, I don't think it's totally crazy. If you're a professional, and remember, the tablet would essentially be free or at a nominal cost. Like nominal cost means a cost in name only, like $10. So you pay $10 once, it's $50 a year subscription, and they replace your pen. Oh, and it comes with 2 pens. Would you pay it? I don't think it's a crazy idea. Oh, and maybe you get a new texture sheet every 2 years. I don't know. We should do the economics of this. Don't get me wrong. Some people, if they gave you the choice, I'm not saying you'd be forced to. If Wacom sold you this tablet, it's what, $500? And the pen's $130. Let's say I have it 10 years. That's $50 a year. Okay? That I've spent. So I could spend $50 every year, meaning if I divide the number, and just, would that work for Wacom? Hey, but I'm saying you could also own it, Pumpkin Cat. I'm not saying you have to rent it or subscribe. I'm just saying you would pay. Does anyone here pay for Apple Care? That's not cheap either, right? But I agree, people want to own things. Proud Platypus says, for continued driver support, maybe I pay more to play a game online on consoles. Okay, right? Okay, let's get a new. The pen feels a bit drifty because of this, I think, because of the software I have. No, it's not drifty at all. It does feel a bit laggy for some strange reason. Oh, that's the video signal. Sorry, the lagginess is my system. It's routing the video in a weird way. So to me, it's a little laggier than I would normally experience. Okay. So let's get this here. I'm gonna put my face down low to the left. Okay. I'm just gonna pick a random brush here, Nick. I'm gonna pick this pen brush because it's. Let me increase the size. Kyrus says, Nick says subscription system is when things own you. Well, yes. Why would, Kyrus says, the XP Pen Artist Pro 22 Gen 2 make the PC think it's 2 monitors? Are you saying that when you plug it in, I just want to be sure I understand what you're saying, Kyrus. You have one monitor, and when you plug in the XP Pen tablet, the Artist Pro 22 Gen 2, it makes it appear like 2 more plugged in? Is that what you're saying? Okay, here we go. Just pick any brush with a pixel engine and go F5 to uncheck it. Okay. I'm not sure if my shortcuts are working, Nick. So let me just. Okay. So I'm gonna have to look here. This is a pixel engine, right? And you want me to. What do I do here? Brush tip, flow. Is it color? Yeah, tell me what I pick here. It is a pixel engine. Why is my delete key not doing what I think it's supposed to be doing? Okay, now it is for some strange reason. That is weird, Kaiser. I've never seen that. Yes, it will do. Go to brush tip first. Okay. Brush tip first. Okay. I'm sorry there's a lag in the chat, Nick. It's just, that's the way YouTube does it. Ellipse gradient in the tip list. You're talking about, no, this, no. Brush tip, predefined, and look for ellipse gradient tip in list. Ellipse, oh, and predefined, I didn't see that. Where is ellipse gradient? Let me try typing in. Oh, sorry. Sneezing coming in strong. In top, 3 tabs. So I think it must be one of these, right? Let me double check. So this is blue, green. This is a gradient, right? Okay. And I don't see an ellipse gradient, but I see a gradient. So let me pick that. Okay, okay, so I draw. So I can see the gradient up here. So let's pick a different gradient, just to it's not applying. I thought it was going to apply, but it is not. Right, but I used got it. But it shouldn't make a difference, right? It shouldn't make a difference, I think. Tell me if that's wrong. So it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. I mean, at least in terms of using the gradient. What's this? Oh, I see. I can get the gradient. Okay, sure. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Let me clear that. I thought I was going to use the gradient to draw with. How do I use the gradient, though? Go back to brush settings, go color source gradient. Okay. Go back to brush settings, go to color source. Where do I see this gradient at? I see color. Oh, I see. I have to click on the heading. Okay. So let's... Okay, now I'm getting a gradient. It's not what I expected, though. I gotta tell you that. Let me make the brush a bit bigger. I was expecting to see this gradient. Like if I change it... Maybe I'm just confused, though. First one, source. Okay. Yeah, source is set to gradient. But I'm not getting what I'd expect. Let's pick these green, this color. It's picking like the first color, but not the... It's only picking a specific color. This is more confusing than I thought. Okay, back to brush tip and set brush mode to be gradient map. Okay. Why can't I set it to gradient map? So I'm looking at brush mode. I just see alpha mask. Am I missing out on how to set gradient map? Is it dependent on the kind of brush? Doesn't seem to be. Yeah, it's not changing it, Nick. That is the brush mode, for sure. Don't know. Preserve. Okay, let's see. No, that seemed to have no effect. Yeah, Proud Platypus, I'm checking that, but it doesn't seem to have any effect. Like, it doesn't enable. Let me just, I'll ask the internet. Krita, why is brush mode disabled? Krita, why is brush mode disabled? Cannot change brush mode. This is a... Brush mode is likely disabled due to a selection tool being active. There's no selection tool being active. I'm looking at Reddit. There's actually a post on this. Right? Here's the post. Preserve brush mode. Same problem. That's exactly what it appears like to me. It's just like, nope, you don't get this. You need to make a PNG image with the color changes. The default brush is pure black. Here. Man, I don't even understand what they're saying. Yeah, Nick, that'd be better. Yes, that would actually, at least for this, for now. I'm watching the chat in Discord. Thank you. That'll at least be a little bit of... I can see your chats in real time. There is actually a delay even in the YouTube chat, so that would help avoid that. You may... Oh, a custom brush tip. Okay, so I'm not totally crazy. It's easier for me to read for other reasons, and I think it is coming in a few seconds faster. That helps. Hi, Cami Luna. We're just trying to figure out how to use gradients as brushes in Clip Studio Paint. So we're watching a video, or I was watching a video. Let's see if we can find it again. Let's see this guy do it. Okay, I'm gonna turn off my music so you can see this guy talk.
Is the source. And as you may guess, source is where the color came from. Krita can handle the source in these different ways. Plain color, gradient.
And I'm gonna try to skip ahead to this, to where he tries the gradient first. So we're gonna watch it more in the normal way, just so I understand, because it's confusing me when I skip to the end, honestly.
The brush stroke. Now let's see what we can create with the gradient. We can see that this color is not affected by the color wheel, so we need to use a gradient. If I go here, you can see by default we have some gradients, and I'm gonna use something like this. I create the brush stroke and I see this and I say, okay, it's not working. No, I need to use the mix option here. So now you can see how this has changed. First color.
Okay, so he just enabled mix
and the last color
in the source. So let me just try that first, just so it seems like it's somehow doing better. Where's this darn brush thing? Okay. Source mix. I'm just going to turn it on. Okay. Still not doing... Well, it is doing something, actually. The color is slightly changing. I'll show you. Let me pick one that has a lot of different colors here. Like this does. It is actually... but it's doing it based on pressure. Do you see it? So at least it is computing the gradient in some level, which is interesting. Nothing hard, just ellipse selection, black and white gradient from top to bottom. Okay. Nick, I will try exactly what you're saying. I see ellipse. Okay, there's an ellipse. And then, I've never used the gradient tool, so you have to tell me how do you feel it with the gradient? That's a different trick? Okay, I'll turn that off. Okay, where's my selection? Here's my selection again. How do I fill this with a gradient? Black and white gradient from... Yeah. Sure. More stretched. Okay, sure. Uh, this is way harder than I thought it was going to be, folks. Okay, how do I fill with gradients? Nick is getting angry at me, I'm sure, but now, because I'm just like, I'm like the worst student of this topic. Krita, fill with gradient. Krita, fill with gradients. I guess this tool does it? Okay, that seems to be... Oh, let me erase everything. Okay, got it. Got it. Got that. Not transparent. Solid black and white. Is that what this did? Not transparent. Solid black and white. Okay, I guess this means this. So let's try that. Okay. I'll edit the gradient, since I guess I can. To be pure white. This is fun to discover new stuff like this. Let's try it again. It's not getting all the way white, which is confusing to me. Edit. Okay. Okay. There we go. Close this. Redo the gradient. Still not getting all the way white for some insane reason. Okay. I literally don't know why it's not drawing the gradient I am picking. Let me erase it and just try the other direction. Yeah, it's always going to gray for some unknown reason. That's okay. I think we can start here. Okay, so I think I've done that, Nick. At least I've created a gradient. It's your color selected. Oh. I see. So I should pick a different color, it sounds like. I see. Yes. Yes, this is now, got it. Got it. Okay. Black and white. Got it. I would not have guessed that. I would assume the gradient tool would use the gradient. Little did I know. Okay, I'm going to put my music back on because the silence is driving me crazy. There we go. Okay, now it's good, Nick says. And copy it, Control C. Yep. I'm just waiting for Nick to tell me. Brush settings. And now I'm in brush settings. I'm going to assume he wants me to go to brush tip. I'm just going to wait for him to tell me. I'm trying not to guess what to do because I know I'll mess things up. You know, I can type faster to Nick. Yes. So he'll be able to, if I type to him, he'll be able to understand me better and faster. Yes, brush tip, and use button to paste from clipboard. Okay. Okay. Plus shift chord. Name? What the hell? I don't know. I guess I'll say X. Save. Okay, I guess is that it? No, that's the same one. Yes. Okay. So, oh, I see. I'm going to put the word grad in it. You'll see why in a second. I have it filtered. There we go. Now I see it. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. And save alpha, preserve alpha. Okay, even though it was pure black and white with no transparency. Okay, I'll do whatever Nick says. Save. Yes. Okay, I see it now. Okay, I'm going to move this away a little bit and then see if I can draw. Oh, I have the selection turned off here. Select, deselect. There is a gradient. You see it a little bit, actually, at the bottom part. Okay, then Nick is saying it has a transparent mask. Now I should say gradient map here, right? I'm guessing. Ooh, look at this. Okay, I think we're getting it. We're getting it. Whoa, okay, I'm painting with gradient. Now, a couple of things I'm noticing. It's got a lot of dots, and I need it to rotate. Let's fix the rotation first. I'm going to guess the way to do that. I just did a stream on using these things. I'm going to say, now enable rotation. Okay, rotation is rotation. Well, first let's try, let's do that. Oh, there we go. That's barrel rotation, folks. Let me just make sure my angles are correct. Wait a second, that's not barrel rotation. I mean, barrel rotation is active, but so is other kinds of rotation, like something else is happening that makes it harder to control. This is why I actually don't like barrel rotation, is that it requires more control. The one pen in action. This is actually kind of cool looking, to be completely honest. Like, it's an interesting effect. I could see myself using this for certain kind of very weird pictures where I'm trying to draw something flowing. But it's okay. I'm going to switch this from barrel rotation to tilt direction, which maybe tilt direction is noisy as hell though. And also I want to rotate I want the brush tip rotated 90 degrees statically. Let's do that, and then this is when it flips like that, it's near the bearing. When you see that weird motion, that's when you're holding it vertically. It just kind of like flips around a lot. So I'm going to go back to the normal rotation. Maybe a good idea to disable auto spacing. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Let me change rotation back to pen rotation, which is barrel rotation. And turn off, I think Nick is saying, what was it? Turn off what? The auto spacing. Okay, let's try that. Now it's consistently whatever, so let me reduce the spacing size to minimum, right? Yeah, I think I rediscovered why I don't like using barrel rotation. And it's hard to control. It's just hard to control, honestly. That is not minimum. Oops. I have made a mistake, Nick is revealing to me. It looks, what Pumpkin Cat says, looks like chicken of the woods mushroom. Interesting. Where was I? On brush tip? That wasn't it, Nick? That wasn't minimum? I thought you wanted me to disable this. I'll wait for Nick to reply. Let's try some other. It was really a pain to set up. Yeah, see, for me, I find barrel rotation to be, what's the right word here? It just adds another thing you have to watch out for, right? Like, let's suppose you want to do a smooth stroke, right? It's like, you see what happened just then? That weird rotation? Like, you have to watch out and keep your pen steady in another dimension. Otherwise, you're going to be, let me just show you this again. If I try to keep it perfectly vertical, even as you move your hand, you're rotating it a little bit. See? Like that? Because that's what your hand does. So you have to watch it and rotate. And on top of it, the rotation's a little noisy. And now I can pick any gradient. It also produces these little, yeah. It's not a panacea, right? Meaning it doesn't fix all problems, but I'd have to research this more. Maybe with a bigger, let's see, there's another, I want some of these gradients. I could see me using this for, again, some other purpose, but my normal drawing does not need this. Another thing is, it looks better when I'm not hitting the maximum size. Like, here, let me erase this for a second. When I'm sticking to smaller size, it actually has a tendency to look a little bit nicer, to me anyway. You see the ending? See how it ends? That I'm pulling away, like I'm doing this, like pulling away. I'm not suddenly pulling it, I'm not swiping at it, but I am pulling away, and it detects a rotation. I'm not rotating like that. This little twist you're seeing is not actually happening. In fact, is it me? Oh no, I know what it is. Pressure is actually affecting the rotation. No wonder it felt out of control. Yeah, that's it. No wonder it was feeling out of control. Okay, reset. Yeah, here we go. No wonder it was rotating when I was lifting off, because the pressure's going low. This is better. Okay, now that we know that, there's some other things we can try. We can try the brush tip, going to set to, I guess this means minimum, right? Not sure if that really made a difference, to be quite honest. So I'll leave it on auto. But yeah, this is much easier to control now. So lesson to myself to check. Now you notice the these sudden changes, right? It's abruptly going, this looks beautiful actually. Let's pick another color gradient here. Let's pick this one. There's a bit of an abruptness. I do wonder if some brush smoothing would affect this. So let's try that. Didn't see the effect there. We'll do a little bit of weighted smoothing. I'll set the distance. So we're going to smooth We're going to smooth it to 187, which will, and I'll turn on pressure smoothing as well. Sometimes I'm getting a little bit of the, you can see the little brush stamps, and sometimes I don't. And I don't know exactly what's causing that. Yeah, this is actually really nice with barrel rotation. To be honest, now that I've figured out what the problem was, it's actually pretty nice to have barrel rotation. I wouldn't use it in my art, but it is, I can see why people would depend on this, honestly, right? And you remember that video we did the other day where I was trying to say, let me show the video? Yeah, I'm not sure what causes the jagged, but it's getting better. Enable stroke smoothing and stabilize sensors option. Stabilize sensors option. Is there a different smoothing you setting than the ones I set? Okay, let me show everyone the video that I'm talking about, because I think, just to refresh everyone's memory on what it is I thought was worthy of practicing with. I think this was on the 27th. Yeah, it was this video on Reddit that I saw. And I'll just go play it. There's no sound. My question was, number one, could we achieve something like this? We sort of can. But intuitively right now, there's no way this brush is going to be able to mimic the exact flow that this person does. I'll try. Like, let's try that shape, that kind of upside down teardrop, or this fanning out shape, right? Let's just see what happens. How close can I get to it? And another question was, can we create a chart like this to help people use this as kind of exercise to understand how barrel rotation works? Pumpkin Cat says, my bet is that it feels like controlling a flat tip brush when using gouache. Stabilize sensors. I think okay, where is this stable? Oh, I see. I rarely use stabilizer. That's my issue. Stabilize sensors. Let's try it. It helps, Nick. It helps, actually. You know what? Until this very moment, I don't think I've ever used stabilized sensors. That's interesting. I have never used it. If part of it, the reason is it always has that initial drag delay, which I do not like. Let me get rid of the delay. Well, this is much better. It doesn't have the drag delay. Or at least, yeah, it doesn't have the drag delay. That's cool. All this time I thought I could never get rid of that delay at the beginning, so I've always avoided stabilized sensors. So now, let's change the sample count to 20. And then it makes it more responsive. Let's see, the Camille says, this is why I can't stand digital painting, even with digital markers. You have to switch between a pointed tip and a flat tip tool, whereas with real markers, you get both depending on how you tilt. Right. Look, I'm just drawing a bunch of worms now, but it looks actually pretty cool. It looks nice. I think it has helped a little bit of the stamping, but it's not completely getting rid of it. Another thing, I'm trying to get these little things off the end. I think this must be the finish line part. Okay, that got rid of it, yeah. I could see doing something interesting with this. Again, not my style. Now, let me edit the gradient or change it to something else. Let's just see if this looks better. Definitely looks better. You can see inside the gradient a little bit of this grain. That's a little irritating, but look, it's a nice chrome effect still. So Nick, when you use it, you don't see those kind of spacing steps? And Yaruka Skaru says, I think I can mimic that with a mixer brush in Photoshop. It does really look nice, honestly. Like, it's a cool... I guess what I'm trying to say is it's a cool effect brush for me. But I cannot see myself literally using it for like a general thing. Okay, let's try drawing what that person did, okay? Just to remind you, again, what I'm talking about. I want to do this shape right here, okay? This, or this. Can I do it? Can I do it? I bet you that I'm not skilled enough to do it. Ankabella, Proud Platypus says, Ankabella is a face paint brand, by the way. I just thought that was interesting. They sell courses also. It's a face paint brand. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to try to create a controlled stroke just like that artist did, because that looked kind of pretty, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the gradient though, because I don't like... Krita UI is something else sometimes. I'm going to get rid of this. How do I get rid of this? Okay. I guess I can't. I'll try doing this. Get rid of a bunch of these. Okay, and this has got to be almost like yellow. Okay, like almost like this color. I'm trying to match it up to the video. If you understand what I'm saying, I'm trying to match it up to this color here. Pretty intense, pretty bright. Okay. The ending point is almost black, but probably a little. I have no idea why this is showing it this way. The channels. Oh, it's using HSV. Is that what the reason is? I want it to be a little more toward the yellow side and darker. Not quite totally black though. The middle is a bright green. How do I add a... How do I add one? Oh, I've switched it. That's not what I meant. How the heck do you add a... Let's see. Pimling says, I just got an iPad Pro like yesterday. I'm very happy. That's it. I use it for drawing. Did you got the Apple Pencil as well? Or Apple Pencil Pro, Pimlings? Nick's got a very wise idea, which is before I switch off to another brush, save this as, I'm going to call this as gradient brush template. So let's do that. Grad brush test. Thanks for that suggestion, Nick. That's a very, very good idea. Okay, let's get back to editing this gradient. How do I add a new stop? Is this it? I deleted the stop, so now I'm like, how do I add a stop? Flip segment, duplicate segment. Okay, let's duplicate a segment. Okay, that was useless. But how do I add a... Jeez. Krita, add gradient stop. Krita. You know, I'm a big believer in creating problems so you learn how to fix them. So that's why I deleted the gradient stops, because now I have to learn how to fix them. Oh, by the way, it was I didn't have my tablet mapped to one screen, so I got to fix that right now. Mapping to just one screen. I want this one, yes. There, it'll be a little bit easier for me to draw now. It didn't feel bad because it was a proportional mapping. Just click on mid to add point. Okay. You have two windows overlapped. And you add points in the top. Hang on. You have two windows overlapped. You add points in the top main window. You're talking about this window? So I'm not totally understanding which two windows you mean, Nick. Add gradient stop. They're saying there's an add button. Hi, Gleb Creative. Thanks for joining our stream. We're just trying to figure out how to use the gradients in brushes. Like if I click here, nothing happens. If I click here, nothing happens. This says duplicate segment. I don't want to duplicate a segment. Like it's stop number 2, stop number 1. Sure, but how do I add a stop, my friends? Let's see, Pumpkin Cat says, tried replicating on Photoshop. It does not move with the brush selection. You had any luck? Okay, I'm going to close it. Okay. And let's go and click on this again. Okay. And is it here? This is what I'm adding? Oh, that didn't do what I thought it did. Edit it. I know I say this all the time, but I really am not a huge fan of Krita's UI. Like, I know it's powerful, but like I find it very strange. Okay, what do these buttons do? No hover, so I have no clue what those do. Oh, what was that? Okay, I just added a new segment. Okay, whatever. That's a stop. I don't know what just happened there, but it seems to be a better solution than what I had. Let me find that gradient. Okay, I want a brighter green here, right? I want brighter, and I want a little more yellow. Pretty bright though. Okay. Let's start here. At least it seems reasonable. Okay, I think at least I'm good enough for the moment, Nick. Okay. It's not as pretty as I hoped, but whatevs. Let's try replicating. Again, we want to replicate this shape, okay? And actually, you know what? I'm going to edit this gradient to be a little more what do you call it? A little more emphasis on the dark here and a more sudden transition. right? Like a more sudden transition. And I'm going to take this one actually all the way to black. You know, I don't feel like that's actually doing it. I don't think this gradient is being used for this brush. That is, but I don't think it's matching up. Okay, now it is for some reason. I had to reselect it. Okay, fine. This is decent. This is decent. Okay, can I replicate that teardrop shape? So let's see. That was tough. I'm so happy people ask these questions. Thank you, Gleb, for asking. Gleb says, I'm sorry, new to this. No, don't worry. It's all good. I want to buy a girlfriend present replacement for old Wacom CTH490. Wacom one is bad. So what do I do? Choose Intuos. So I would say first of all, Intuos will be fine. I don't think she needs the Intuos Pro. The Intuos S, which is this, there's a wireless and non-wireless version. Yeah, the Intuos S will work totally fine. Work totally fine. You could get the Intuos Pro, but it's much more expensive. And just remember, the pen replacement cost is expensive. It's either $100 or $130, depending on which pen you get with your Intuos Pro. Right? Yeah, Pro might be overkill. Right? Pro might overkill. If at all possible, Gleb, I would say if you can find a friend that has a tablet, like an Intuos S or Intuos Pro, have her try it. Just draw for a few minutes, because she might formulate an opinion about what she likes, right? I know it's a gift, but so it may be a surprise, but I think it so much helps people to have some direct experience. Perhaps not having the brush size change so much on pressure would help, considering the flat brush he's using. Yeah, okay, that is fair. That's a fair comment. Let's see how we can do that. Okay, so first of all, let me try replicating it a few more times just to see where I can change the problem. So that's that is so bad. And now I'm gonna rotate. Okay, so everyone sees the problem. That I'm basically not good at this. We're gonna fix that problem, Gleb. It is really hard okay. We see a lot of problems here. With me, not with the tool. What do we notice here? First of all, I'm not quick at this. Okay? And I've never used barrel rotation, so the idea of doing this is so weird to me, okay? So I'm going to try it again. I'm just going to try to develop a technique here, okay? Just so everyone knows and can laugh at me correctly, I'm trying to emulate, here, you'll see it in a second. He's going to draw it in just a second. I'm trying to emulate, not this, then it's coming up. Now, what do you notice about the stroke? Let's take a close look at the stroke, actually. He angles it at 45 degrees this way. And the center is not drawn, actually. It's a small hole in the center. I didn't notice that until just now. Okay, so he's doing that. My technique is not doing that. Okay, so let me free myself from the constraint. I'll leave a small hole there. It's a tasty avocado. Turn off size jitter. Do I have size jitter turned on? Thank you, Cube. Let's take a look here. Do I have size jitter? I'm sorry. Where's the jitter? Brush. Yes, I think you're right. Let me change to a flat curve. Actually, and I'm going to push it down a little bit. Okay, like more. Yeah. A little more like this, okay? Is there anything else causing? I don't think I'm doing any size jitter though. Okay, and then I'm gonna change it to like a 300 something pixel brush, okay? Well, maybe 500. Because I'm trying to get it so you can see it. But I guess I can zoom in, right? Yeah, I just can zoom in a little bit. Maybe, okay. Okay, now it's getting much thinner, which is fine. I'm going to use pressure to simulate a bigger brush, okay? To control my brush size. So I'm going to start the curve up here. Whoops, let me reset the curve for a second. You'll see what I'm trying to do here. I'm going to start it here. Oh, I hate when it does that. And this is gonna keep the size of the brush very consistent. It is going to change. Okay, that looks better. That looks better. The size is still changing too much for me though. But it's more consistent. Okay, now remember, this guy starts off like this and then ends with this rotation. So I'm going to reset the gradient. I'm going to flip the gradient to try this. Let's see. Let's do some flipping. How do you flip? Flip gradient. Haha, great. Almost a Krita genius now. Okay. So he starts at an angle which is like this and then rotates. And I think he does this kind of rotation, I think. Okay. At least the dark side is now on the outside, which is great. Change it to be a little bit bigger. Not bad. Not bad. Getting there. I mean, turn off pressure changing. Oh, I see. I understand what you're saying. You're using jitter to talk about that. Thanks for clarifying, Cube. Yeah, let me do that. Let me try what you're saying. I'm just going to turn off size changing completely. Oh, of course, the outside. Sorry, I gotta figure out where's the angle I want. I want the black on the outside, and then I end with the black on the outside and the right. Okay, I'm getting better here. I think Cube suggested just turn off the pressure was actually pretty useful for me. I want the black. Okay. So you have to remember which end of the barrel. Okay, let me explain the struggle I'm having. Because I cannot see, I cannot look at the paint to see where the paint is, I have to always draw a stroke to figure out where the dark part is, okay? And then I have to remember that, and then I over-rotated, but you're seeing I'm getting the idea here, okay? Oh, I'm getting closer. I am getting closer. I am getting closer. It doesn't end the same way though. You see this, how it ends here? So I think I need to make you do see, this is interesting. When you move like this, the black part is overwritten by the yellow, okay? You understand what I'm saying? Like, if I just move straight up, but if I move this way, you see the yellow overwrites the black part, okay? That's why it gets thin there. But when I end here, the yellow gets overwritten by the black part. So it ends up unbalanced a little bit. So let's go back to see what he did, because he had to face the same problem. Let's try this out. Okay, this person, I don't know exactly what happened there. Let's take a look at it again. You know what? This person actually has something similar going on. It starts very thin with the black, just like I do. And then when they end here, the black is actually thicker. And I think that the rotation there's a different... I think they're moving the pen differently as well to give more of the yellow. There is an asymmetry here. Blend it, smear it. Do you have Blender smear brush? I think it is standard. I've never even tried the Blender smear brush. Let's get here. This is fascinating. Oh, and who was it? Gleb. Yeah, it is a good tablet. It is a good tablet. If you want to see all my recommendations, give me a second, and I'm going to just paste them. And there's one for beginners as well, which you should take a look at, even though your girlfriend is not a beginner, because those are also just kind of simple tablets. Recommendation. Oh, hang on. I'll paste it in chat. Where is chat? Where is chat? There we go. At Gleb. There. I've sent you my recommendations for all kinds of tablets at different price ranges. Okay. Let's get back to this gradient business here. If I'm willing to concede on some aspect of the symmetry here, if I'm willing to make it totally symmetric, things kind of work. But it doesn't work if I want to have it... I'm getting better at this. Okay, I will say I am 50% to where I wanted to get in terms of that stroke. Let's see if the other strokes are possible for me. It is teaching me how... Actually, you know what? Before I can move... what I'm going to try is the stabilizer, which I've never used. I mean, I've until Nick told me I could not do the delay. I've never been using it, so I'm going to stabilize this thing a little bit more. Oh God darn it! I'm going to stabilize it at 100. How's that? Okay. Not bad, I would say. Not bad. Oops. It's actually not bad. It's challenging for me to do the rotation smoothly, I'm noticing. I have to exercise a lot. That actually looks not bad. I have to exercise a lot of care to not over-rotate. Use advantage of digital. Use freaking Blender. He can't blend paint after the stroke, but you can. Fair enough. I feel like a pulled string filter would go really well for this. Okay, I think if I enable Cube, if I enable this delay here, that would mimic a pulled filter. Because that's actually one of the reasons I didn't use. See this? It acts like a pulled filter. It is smoothing the heck out of it, which is good in this case. Oh, that did help. That really did help. That made it much... I mean, I don't get my exact endings that I want, but it's symmetrical. And I had much better control over barrel rotation and the shape. The shape is very symmetrical. So that's not bad. In fact, I would say it felt like I needed much less effort, mental effort, physical effort to make this happen. So that was a fantastic suggestion. Now let me try tilting. Okay, if you with barrel rotation, it is also being a little bit affected by because it's tilting. Oh man, okay. I think we're decent there. Okay, where's this blender? Nick is gonna kill me. Could it be worth trying with more of a rectangular brush? Since you can Maybe. I just didn't want to change the brush shape right now, Proud Platypus, just because it was a real mountain of effort to get this brush shape. Though I suppose now I know how to make it easy. Let us, okay, Nick, where is this blender brush that you're want me to use? Where is it? I'm just not, remember, I just don't use Krita. I test with Krita, but I don't actually use it to draw. Okay, I'm gonna, while I'm waiting for an answer, I'm gonna look up Krita Blender Brush. You know, I've had this idea in my head, which is not new, but I draw line art, so it's new to me. Is how to get brushes to do more work for me, right? So I don't have to draw everything. The brushes do the work. I don't mean use AI. I mean, my natural inclination for a shape like this would be to literally draw and paint the curve, okay? Like I would add green, I would add yellow, and I would use, you know, masks and selections to get this. So I'm trying to see if I can use the brush to do the work, at least in brush presets. Okay, I see. Oh, I see, it's a preset brush. Somehow that never dawned on me. Let us search for Blender. Okay. What is this? This is Blender Basic. I'm trying to hover. Blender Knife Edge, don't want that. Blender Blur could be good. Blender Pixelize, Blender Rake, Blender Smear might be useful. I'm gonna try Blender Smear, actually. With digital, you can always use Undo. I'll answer that in just a second, Pumpkin Cat. That's a good question. Let me turn off this stabilizer. It's not helping me now. Okay, it's not quite what I wanted. Blender Smear is not... It's probably going to help here a little bit, but not what I want. It's not the look I was going for. And then I'll answer your question. What was this? Blender Textured Soft? Let's just see what that does there. That's a little bit, yeah, that's more like what I was going. I can make it bigger, I guess. The light texture. Actually, looks kind of nice. A big brush, yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, let's just do the basic Blender. I'll use a big one, a big brush here. Hey, that actually did a decent job. It's a big. Let me try to just smear a little bit, or blend into the white. And let me see if I can make this less obvious as well. Okay. A little bit of artifacts there, but it actually looks not bad. So I would rate myself at, I got within, with the tools I had, I think I got within 70% of what the person actually did. I'm happy with what came out here, okay? And I learned a lot, and that was the purpose of this this experiment with the barrel rotation and the gradient. And I thank Nick, because I totally forgot about this, and for his help. The point was, can we set up barrel rotation, etc., to do what we need to do, right? Can we also use this kind of template of drawing these different shapes as a way of teaching people how to get acquainted with their settings, right? And it has helped me. This challenge has helped me because I now realize more about Krita and the challenges of using these kind of these rotations for the pen. Okay, 70% here. I'm gonna save this because I think I did okay. So this is, let me just take a look at the picture and find out the actual, that was the 1, 2, 3, 6, this is the 7th brush. So this is the I call this rotation 7 sample. Of course it has to be 7, right? You could try messing with the blending modes and the brush. Oh, you know what? That's an interesting idea. I hadn't even considered that. Let's... it was normal, obviously. I wonder what would... I forgot they have so many blending modes. I'm gonna just try to see what addition does. It does look smooth. I think that was where Cube came in with his suggestion to use a static size brush and use the stabilizer with the what does he call it? The pulling behavior, the delay setting is what it was. Let's get back to my gradient. And thanks for Nick for suggesting to save the brush, because I sure wouldn't want to recreate it. Okay, now let's get back here and take a look at the blending mode. And I wanted addition, just to see what happens. I think it'll make the thing too bright, but I'm curious. Yeah, it's gonna create a weird effect. Let's see. But I'm curious about the weird effect. It's not affecting itself. It's not internally affecting itself. But stroking over it will cause the effect. So that's not quite what I was hoping it would happen. I was kind of hoping it would affect itself a bit. But maybe that was a naive expectation. Let's try... I don't know, multiply. Again, I don't think it's going to do what I hope it was going to do. Pulled string is called stabilizer mode in Krita. Right, right. The other thing I'm noticing here, and I'll try to illustrate this for you, is, okay, you can see the barrel rotation, obviously, right? Making a rotation like this, do you see that sudden change there? Past, that's like 90 degrees almost. Remember, it's with a human hand. Changing it beyond 90 is challenging for me because you have to rotate your actual fingers. Like, you understand what I'm saying? You have to like do this motion. Like you have to literally rotate the pen, obviously. And sometimes it's easy to over-rotate as well. But this came out nice. Let's try another one, which is this one. Okay, so the dark's on the outside. It's like a bunch of leaves, sort of, or a plant. Let's see, Nick says, I assign it to shortcuts so I can enable disable stabilize with Alt-1, Alt-2, Alt-3. I have never considered doing that with a shortcut, but it's okay, let me just naively do it. Okay, oh, let me turn on stabilizer because that actually was such a helpful thing. I'm gonna get rid of the initial delay though. I don't like that, not in this brush. And let me get rid of multiply as well. I don't really want that. Back to normal. Okay. Black's on the outside. Let's try it. So this is not... Take a look at what this person did. And let's see if we can understand what happens here. Remember, we have to look at the actual brush stroke, right? Okay, let's begin with the first one. So it's tilted at 45 to the left. And then they stroke up. And then let me see if I can do like a keyboard. Oops. Okay, we're just gonna have to do it bit by bit here. So it rapidly comes down, right? He doesn't really change angles that much. I'm not sure if this brush can actually mimic that. I'm not sure if that's actually gonna work. That's a good idea. That's actually a good idea, Nick. Let's do that. Let's erase this and let's get a pencil. I gotta turn off that stabilizer. Okay, that makes sense, Cube. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, let's let me get a new layer. Oh, I don't want to copy that. I meant a new layer. Okay, and I'm just gonna do just a loose outline. Hey, that wasn't half bad. That wasn't half bad at all. Now, I'm gonna put that layer on top where I'm stroking. I really should avoid using that word. That's not a good way of expressing drawing, to say when I'm stroking. That's not a good expression. I'll try to avoid that. I think that's like a background from like at work when I was talking to people about tablets. I think that was a verb used to describe drawing on something. But it may be somewhat in a weird context said in this stream. Okay, I'm gonna follow Cube's suggestion and make this smaller. Let's see. Pumpkin Cat, thanks for joining us and have a good sleep. Okay, so let me do a naive test. Let me Control Z this one. If I just went like this, you see what would happen, right? I'd get this kind of shape. So I'm gonna try to rotate it a little bit. You know what else could be helping here is the brush is thick. I mean, I know it's relatively thin, but when this person's moving the brush, it also has almost a knife edge, okay? So let's try that. Let's go and change the brush tip, okay? And Nick has taught me how to do this, so I'm gonna try it. And let's see if I have learned my lesson from Nick. Okay, I'm gonna get a gradient, and I'm gonna edit it to be black and white. Oh, no, not that. I need to get, it's the colors I actually have selected. So I need one color to be white and one color to be black, right? And then I'm gonna create a selection, which is oval. And I'm gonna do a very thin, oops, why can't I see anything? Why can't I, there we go. Very thin shape. I'm gonna make a very thin shape, okay? Then I'm going to use this gradient to fill it. Okay, I got it filled. And then I'm gonna go to this thing and I'm gonna, I guess I do a Control C, Control V, edit, copy. I'm really happy we're doing this. I've never done this stuff before. Okay, preserve alpha. No, cancel. I don't want to erase that. I want to clipboard grad 2, preserve alpha, save. Okay, where is grad 2? Grad 2 is this thing. So I guess now my brush should be using this new tip, right? Oops. Let's deselect. Okay. Oh, that's a big brush, but it is 1,000 pixels big, so. Let's go to the paint layer, erase it, and we'll try this again. I just wanted a thin brush, Nick. I just wanted a real thin brush. So that was my technique to get a thin brush. But it sounds like that wasn't the best idea. And in fact, I have lost my Okay, let's go with this brush and reset it. Okay. So now it's back. Thank you for the suggestion to save it. The selection is wrong. The selection is wrong. Just shift drag to make it smaller. Yeah, I always forget this. But is there a way of making a brush more thinner? Right? Meaning I want it to retain its height, but not its width. Because I need to get a sharper edge as I come down. And I want to see if that'll help with the problem where the black overwrites the white, right? Remember, I'm trying to... Is it possible to do that? Oh, the size is changing as well, so I need to fix that. Let me set this size. This was Cube's idea not to change the size by pressure, so we'll overwrite that. Save it. Well, I'll try just a smaller brush. I think the rotation idea is not working out for me well. You see now why I was hoping a thinner brush might be interesting. So I'll spin out like that and then make it thin on the way down. If I do it this way, I was hoping I could drag it a little bit like this. I want to keep the yellow. I don't want the black. I'm actually not totally sure why the artist in that video is able to keep the black so thin like that. Let's take a look. You know what? I think I'm not seeing it correctly. I think, let's go back there a second. Did you notice when the stroke, he made the first leaf? Watch the first leaf. It's actually, the black is there, I think, the dark area, and it's being covered up by the next stroke. It is thick here, and it's thinner here because it's being covered up, I think, to a degree. Let's see if we can learn a little bit more. You see how he gets a flat edge there? That's what I was trying to get across. So I can try that off, later. But at least I've learned something. So I would say I got within 30% of this, or 20%. Not great. What about this? Okay, interesting. And he didn't bother filling in the bottom, so it's a bunch of it's actually quite interesting, like a fin of something. Okay. Back to... Okay. And in this case, I'm actually going to reuse this to sort of do this, even though I'm not actually drawing that shape. Hey, not bad. No, I think this person had it more like this, though. Oh, sorry. He didn't. For making brush sharper, you can change the ratio in the brush. Oh, okay. Thank you. That would save me some time. Ratio. Brush tip setting. Let's see. There's a rotation. Where is a ratio? Is it in size? No. Where can I change the ratio? Predefined brush tips don't have ratios. Oh, it's only available on certain brushes? You just have to define them. Okay, so this is another case. Again, it's not perfect, but one thing you'll notice about his is he gets very sharp ends of the fins, sort of. And I'm able to do it to some degree, but the brush shape is, again, it's thick, right? They use the bitmap you gave him. I would say, even though it looks a little not great here, I would rank my results. You see that? Look at that sharp tip. Now you see? That's the kind of effect I wanted. Let's get back there. It's interesting. The yellow parts inside do get the sharpness. I did like that. I'm going to disable this paint layer. The yellow parts do get some of that sharpness. So that, I would rate myself a 30%, I would say, on this one. You think, okay, let me try that. I'm going to try the thinner circle idea. Let's see if I can remember. I need a selection, which is like this. I'll make it not so crazy tall. Can export the brush tip as an image and yes, let me do that because this other method is driving me crazy. Okay, let me delete this thing, this tip, which wasn't working. Let's how do I export this thing? I can import. I don't know if I can export. Yeah, I don't see an export option here for the tip. I'm going to assign it to a tag, but that's about it. Okay, I may have to just recreate it. No worries. Let's, excuse me, let's create a new layer. And rectangular, sorry, elliptical selection is already there. Black and white. No, that's, okay, that is what I want, but it's not doing what I need. Sorry, we're going to reselect here. I need the color. Where's the darn... Where's my color choosing thing? Maybe it only appears when I have a brush. Yeah, okay. It is set to black and white. So now I'm going to use the gradient tool to actually create the gradient. Okay, great. Copy that. Brush from clipboard. This is grad 3. Okay. Preserve alpha. Save. Okay. So now that's chosen. Brush mode should be gradient map. Oops. Select, deselect. And the brush size went to 900 for some unknown reason. Actually, it looks kind of cool, but that's not the gradient I want. I want my gradient. Okay. Not sure why I'm not getting the yellow that I wanted. It's a little weird. All the brush tips you've added are stored in Krita's resources folder. Okay, let's, I think I know what you're talking about. Open resource folder. Brush Let me just search for the word grad. Grad 2. Under brushes. Got it. Okay. Okay, under GBR files. Good to know this. Okay, why am I not seeing my yellow though? That was weird. Right? It is creating my... Oh, did I need to change more settings though? When I change the brush tips. Let me just reset the brush. Okay, so like you see, you got the yellow. Now I'm going to change the tip to the new one. Why does this one get yellow but this doesn't? Maybe it just doesn't get light enough is the reason. That's okay. That's okay. We can make it shorter. And turn on a little bit of that weighted smoothing maybe. You see that jitter, right? That was interesting. Let me try stabilizer. That helps quite a bit. Okay. For some reason, it's not picking up this color, but that's okay. I think I know why. I think it's because I made the brush tip maybe not correct. Tighter spacing, I'll try that. I'll just set it to the minimum size. That's helping, yes. I will call this, the gradient I made is gray to white, not full range. Okay, that explains it. The gray is not getting all the way to the, yeah. But if we exclude that, what do you think of this? I think it came close. Right? I think it came close. So I'm not totally dissatisfied. In fact, let's fix though the problem that Nick is pointing out. And maybe I'll figure out what I did wrong. I did this, sorry, where's my... I picked this gradient like this, right? Thin brush, okay? Nick, then I went to the gradient tool and the colors are set to black and white. And this time I'm gonna make sure I am in the creating it. Okay, oops, darn it. I wanna get the, I think it was this, right? Okay, why isn't it getting all the way to black? What mistake am I making? Because this is white and this is black. So somehow I'm not picking the right gradient. Because I'm gonna need this thinner brush later, so I want to create this correctly. Yeah, Nick, I think you're right with those. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Maybe I just need to edit this? Sure, let's just see what happens. What the fuck? Okay, let's try this again. If I edit this and I go here and I pick this color to I think be black, and I hit OK, and I hit OK. Okay, now it's there. Okay, there we go. Your gradient not using foreground to background. But now it should be correct, right, Nick? Now it is full black to white. I copy that. I go to the brush, which is this one. And then I say plus from the clipboard, and this is grad 4. Save. Okay. Grad 4. And it's, let me just make sure. Okay, let's just try that. What am I doing wrong here? I left out a setting, didn't I? Was it? Forgot to preserve alpha. Got it. Okay, so I'll get rid of grad 4 if I can. We'll call it grad 5. Thank you for... I knew I was forgetting some alpha setting. I just could not remember. Okay, grad 5. We've picked grad 5. Let's pick a gradient here. Hello, grad 5 is picked. And oh, of course, thank you. I think we've all been burned by having the wrong selection here, huh? Okay, and now what else is left? There's something else I'm not doing correctly here, which is the brush tip. Was it the source or something? Like, why isn't it getting the... Actually, let me reset the brush, right, to make sure it's working. Okay, it is. So all the settings are correct. We go to the brush tip, we change it to grad 5. And what's going on here? Gradient map, it's set. Okay, it's working. Okay, it's working. So it's very thin. Delete. Oh, there we go. I have the angle messed up. The black is supposed to be on top, but that's fine. Yeah, this is good. That, I think I need to do the setting where spacing, right? I'm gonna save, well, I'll save that later. Looks good. Looks good. We got it. That's what I wanted. I'm super happy with this, right? Okay, we're gonna save this. This was the 8th. This was not the 8th. This is the 9th sample. So this was, this is 9 in that little chart. Now you see what I was getting at with that sharp. Now I wonder if the first one would be easier for me to do. Well, maybe not. Oh, I think I might be able to do it now. You see now the black, it doesn't overwrite the yellow as much, right? Because of the thickness of the stroke. So you see what I was trying to get at. It still requires a little bit of, but at least you get the idea. Okay, let's try now. Flames, or the butterfly thing. I want to do the flames. That just looks wild. This could be useful for flames, right? Alright, I'm gonna have to put this on another screen so I can see it as a reference. Let me get rid of this simulator tool. No, I don't want what? 7 learned more in Krita today than in 3 years before. This is true. I will not dispute this. I will not dispute this at all. It's absolutely true. I've never done anything as advanced in Krita like what Nick has shown me today. Absolutely not. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Okay. Great. So, oh, wow, that actually looked cool. That actually just looks cool. Like a flag, kind of. Let's try this again. Okay. Sorry, I'm just having fun. Let me move that reference wherever the hell it was. Okay, so just so everyone sees it, I want this shape right here. This flame thing. The black is on top. The yellow is on the bottom. So he does it like this. He does it like this. Well, not quite. It's almost like he moves over and then does this, then moves. And I'm just looking at the picture. Oh, that's interesting. There was a rotation he did. Okay, I'm gonna do this in phases, okay? So this happened. Okay, then this happened, sort of. Then it looks like it's almost like he's rotating this way. And then I'm gonna make the video move a little bit more. Oops. Okay, the aspect ratio, so to speak, is wrong, but you get the idea. I must say, avocado noodles. Kevin says. Nick saying, I must say, watching this color mixing on your screen by hand is kind of hypnotizing. Like the stress release toys. You just mix some colors and have fun. Memo draw. Yeah, Nick summarized it quite well. We're just, the context memo draw is, there's this video of someone painting with real paint. I'll just go ahead and show it to you. And you see how they're drawing these patterns. And my question was, number one, can we use barrel rotation, which I know is a rare feature, to mimic some of this? Number two, how close can we get? And number three, would it be useful to create a chart like this for people to try to develop their skills with barrel rotation? And I think the answer to that is yes, because you just don't realize. It's very interesting to talk about the theory of barrel rotation, which I do all the time. And you know that Krita can do something with it, but it's another thing entirely to try it, right? And so this is a lesson of learn your tools, right? Learn what your tools actually do. So this person, you know, they drew it really quickly, but we're gonna do it with less time. Well, sorry, we're gonna take more time, but at least we'll. So it's a really crappy flame. It's challenging for me because I've never used barrel rotation really. I'm not dissatisfied with that. It does look different, but I'm not dissatisfied with that. Okay, I will call myself a 30% on that one. That was not the best I could have done. Oh, what about that feather? He did a feather as well. I think the feather, I'm debating whether I'd be able to do this or not. Okay, if I recall, he started with the feather like this. Okay, it's a little more, sorry. Like that. And then he did a bunch of like, okay, now this is interesting. undo that one. Because he gets a few effects at the tip where there's a little bit of variation at the tip where it gets distorted, which actually contributes to the feather looking a little more artistic and maybe even more natural. And I don't get quite that effect here. I'm trying now to move the pen. Okay, I'm happy with this. Like the brush shape doesn't distort the same way. But I'm happy. I would call this a 70%. I'd call this a 70%. And this is the example of the feather that was drawn in the chart. Let me show you. This is the feather, right? You see this little blotchiness on the edges? That is, I think, that's the nature of the analog nature of the brush. Could I get this shape, this kind of leaf shape? I think that's pretty easy now. Let me save this sample. This one was easy to do. My skills have improved. That was probably sample 6, I believe. Yeah. And we want to delete this, and we want to try sample 5, which is black on the bottom. I don't even know how he did it. Actually, let's watch how he did it. So it's kind of down like this, and then up like that. Okay, we'll try. We'll try. Not exactly. Maybe I'm doing the rotation wrong. Yeah, it's all, like I said, it's all fun in theory, but once you try it, you get a new appreciation for the difficulties of using these things. Went down and then twisted like this. Down and twisted. Down and twisted like that. And twisted and left a little mark. But it was closed. Not really able to do this one as well. That was at least in the same vein. Part of the difficulty in mimicking this is that, oh, wait a second, that's better. I think I'd give myself 50% on this. There's lots of technique here. Like, I intellectually understand how I have to move the brush, but to remember to rotate the brush a certain way is challenging. Okay, I am getting better at this. I may need a bigger brush as well. Part of the failure for me to mimic it is just actually the black comes out more, I think, with the way his brush lays paint. That's not bad. That actually it does look different, but it's not totally alien either. I'm just going to keep this. I'm going to call it a 40% score on this. It's not great, but I actually just I liked what it did, the way it looked. Okay, and then there was an S shape, which is this thing I'm going to try, directly above that, which, if I look at how he drew it, should mean that he started from the bottom right angle at 45 degrees and then went like this. Actually, not bad. Now, it didn't have this coming over part, so I have to be cognizant of that. This is a simple shape to draw, so I'm probably overthinking it, actually. One thing you'll notice, you're seeing it right now, is the noise in the barrel rotation. So I'm not moving the pen. In fact, I could put it in this cup. It can't detect it yet, but sorry, I want to get something a little bit closer to it. Let's see if I can rest it on this piece of glass. So the pen isn't moving, but it just dances a little bit. There's a little bit of, I guess that would be noise. Oh, there's more comments I've been missing as well. Sorry, I missed some comments. A little bit of pressure size can help too. Yeah, I think you're right, Nick. Imagine how hard it is for him to change that gradient on his brush. And how, yes, we have a much easier life in cleaning and maintaining the equipment. So I'm not dissatisfied with this. It came out okay. But it requires discipline. One of the disciplines that I have to remember is, because I'm not used to thinking about barrel rotation, is I have to be careful where I start the stroke, right? Like I have to orient the pen and look at that dancing around, right? I'm surprised the sensors doesn't stabilize that more, I wonder if I turn that off, what would actually happen? You see the jitter? That's a lot more jitter with barrel rotation. I wonder at this point, is this something that barrel rotation typically happens? Let's take a look at my tool, my favorite tool, the tablet tester, and see what happens. Now remember, things are messed up with the data I get back is in degrees. I don't think it's rounded. I think I just get back a degree, and it's pretty stable. Okay, it's pretty stable. So I'm not sure why Krita is sensing now maybe using a different API. It's probably using WinTab, by the way. In fact, let's just confirm that. I'm not saying that'll make a difference. I think it is useful to know which API it's using. It is using WinTab. I might be getting higher precision. I think what may be going on is with WinTab, we might be getting higher precision barrel rotation data, which is noisier by definition. Okay, I'm gonna get some coffee, so just give me about 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Can I adjust the rotation sensitivity in the driver? I'll check. Well, no, sorry. I know you can't. There's no setting for it. But we'll check. I can recommend practicing barrel rotation by shading a box with wide flat brush. Okay. Good to know. I was using just such a thick brush at the beginning because I had to drag tilt sensitivity all the way to the minimum to make it usable. Let's take a look now. I didn't think there was a setting, Nick, honestly. Where's my window? Sorry, my Windows menu is not showing up. Oh, huh. Why is it not? Hang on. Why is my window menu not coming? Let's see. We want Wacom Center. I guess it would be under Advanced, Art Pen. Tip eraser, drag tilt sensitivity all the way to the minimum. Let's see, Lunchbox. Thanks for joining us, Lunchbox. This channel is Insane Resource. Just found this and the tablet force proportion thing. That's a useful tool. That's useful to know. Good information. And thanks for the comment. Rain, what are your thoughts about the Canvas Pro 24 Gen 3? Anything intriguing to you? There's nothing about it that's intriguing to me, but I did order it yesterday or the day before, so it will be in a week or so. And I will do a live stream unboxing, and that's going to be fun because the thing is probably this tall, so I'll have to peek above it. I'll do a live stream unboxing and testing as I always do, and we'll cover your questions. My big question is the parallax. At least one video talks about the parallax as being more than you'd expect, but not bothersome. I want to confirm that. Let's see. The Art Pen had special chiseled nibs for working with barrel rotation. I don't know about chiseled nibs, but it definitely is a different nib. It's definitely a different nib. Okay, I don't see anything here. But where was I? What was I doing last? What was I doing last? What were we talking about last? I think we're good now with this testing of this brush. I think the skills that I learned are, if I just repeat them back, are how to create a brush tip and to use it and use the gradients. I think, honestly, Krita could probably make this experience a bit more straightforward, right? I get Krita, it has like a logic to how its UI works, and I do think the experience was kind of complicated, to be completely honest, right? Like, it makes sense once you know everything, but I'm not sure this would be the easiest thing for people to understand, right? Okay, let's see. Have you tested iPads or tried to stick with art tablets? Different people like iPads versus drawing tablets, and they have different advantages and disadvantages. Some people love the Apple Pencil with iPad. Some people hate it. I'm in the camp of I definitely prefer a drawing tablet pen, but they both have advantages and disadvantages. And so I do have a document called iPads versus drawing tablets. Let me see if I can find it. I'll paste it in for you. Yeah, I have a document for everything. For every conceivable situation relating to drawing tablet, I have a doc. So here's one, Lunchbox, that I'm going to send to you. So start there and feel free to ask questions. Also, please consider joining our Discord. We talk about tablets 24/7. Okay. Let's see. So one thing iPads are good at is parallax. They have less of it than almost every other thing I've ever seen. And let me close this window. They also, I used to think they had super low lag, but I think that's actually due to Procreate doing prediction. So I'll need to qualify my document to say the lag depends on the app. Because some apps, even on Windows, have very little lag because they do some tip prediction, position prediction. My iPad has some sneaky wobble that I almost never see mentioned. Yeah, people do see wobble with iPads under certain conditions. In my test, it shows up. In fact, let me show you what I mean by that. So let's get to my OneDrive. Where are my files? OneDrive, there we go. So if I go to my public files, I have, I think I have testing samples. What that means is I have collected pictures, literally pictures. And I have photos even. But in some cases, I have wobble. So this is the Apple iPad Pro. Take a look at this. Now, this was a drawing tablet. I'd be like, don't buy it. CSP, I think it might have Salami 84, but I'm not totally sure. I had to double check it out. I don't believe I've ever seen it, but it's possible it hasn't. So here's the wobble. This happens with really slow strokes. Slow stroke means like 2.5 centimeters per second, which is relatively slow stroke. Most people don't notice it because they just draw much faster, right? So I do notice it. So each stroke here it's around 10, probably this stroke here, the second one's 10 centimeters, okay? If you draw faster than that, it's very easy to draw faster than that. You won't see it. Some people also notice there can be some variance, like there's very little wobble here for some reason, but more here. I don't know why that is. It's unclear to me. The other thing people notice is when they're testing the wobble with a ruler, it shows up, but it doesn't show up in drawing when they're not testing. So that's another mystery if some people experience. Yeah, I just don't think people are research it. They're not testing it. That's the problem. And we have we have some mysteries to solve there. Like sometimes it appears only when you're drawing with a ruler. So we're trying to figure out why some people experience that. Let's see, MemoryDraw says, I uploaded box line art drawings in Discord live stream to chat. Yeah, let's take a look what he put in there. What MemoryDraw has placed in there. Let's see. Oh, I see. You shade, interesting. I hadn't considered barrel rotation as a tool I might use for shading, but that's something I will now explore. Speaking of shading and exploring, let me show you something here. Hang on. In the Discord, there's a channel called Art Inspiration. Okay, and I just wanted to show you some things I found recently that I think are beautiful. Okay, and it makes me inspired to draw those things or learn that technique. And let's go over there. Hang on a second. Okay. So there's one artist called Sainer. Oh, actually, we'll start with Woon Young Jung. Love the style, right? Look, so much we see is kind of in the style of like manga and anime. It's actually kind of refreshing just to see like a different style, honestly. I love the flat. I love the colors. They're bright, but they're not super crazy saturated either. And let's see if we can zoom in here. Look at this. They're kind of flat, the way he does the shading, right? I love this. Another great example, a lot of whimsic, right? Triceratops is in there. This one I love as well. There's another artist that I wanted to show, which was, I'm not sure why the preview's not showing, but it's an artist named Sainer, I guess, or I will try to read his name here, which I know enough Polish to at least try. Przemysław. Oh, you can't see the full thing here. Hang on. Okay, now you should see. Okay. So this is the artist, what he goes by, but his name is Pshe, like Pshe, Miss. This is the L with a slash is a W sound. And this W is a V, or can sometimes be pronounced as almost like a F sound. Przemysław. I think that's correct. And this would be Blazik. Przemysław Blazik. So there you go. But take a look at this. Some wild sort of, I don't know what you'd call this. It's like a blend of like 8-bit and other, right? Totally different style. You can probably see I like the colors here as well. Another one. These are very large, by the way. I think like this picture, the painting itself is like 8 feet tall or something like that. Very large. Definitely a Polish name. So I like seeing stuff like this because, again, you know, we are inundated with art that is essentially from comics or manga or anime. And sometimes it's just nice to see illustrations or things that are just not drawn that way, right? And that are just very creative. I love the style. It's very eclectic. And then this one as well, right? Again, these are very large. These are real paintings, not digital. But check them out. But you can just look up Sainer, Sainer, I guess, and you'll see his art. Anyway, the reason I brought this up was because of MemoDraw's comment about shading with barrel rotation. Because I thought, as I looked at some of this, I thought I could see in this art how I might use a subtle gradient with a barrel rotation to create certain effects, right? Like it just inspired me, or at least some variation in strokes. So that's, you know, like text, like in this picture, there's texture here, like these different lines here. You see it? Now I would just draw those lines, but maybe I could use barrel rotation to sort of create some of this effect as well. Like almost like a cross-hatching thing, right? Okay, so what else do we have to talk about? Yeah, the Canvas Pro 24 Gen 3 is coming, again, in a week or so. Theoretically, could even show up by Friday. Actually, let me check to see if I have any news on its arrival. Let's take a look here. Let's check my Outlook. Oh, gosh. Yeah, there's no update from this. Not quite yet. Let's see if I can... Huion. Let's see, hang on. Okay, I guess I don't have the order thing yet. But yeah, one is coming. It's the wrong email. That's what the reason is. I think I ordered it in a different way. Yes, partially shipped, it says. The stand is coming. So that's good news. But it looks like the tablet is not coming. I ordered a stand, an ST100 stand for it. Why would I want to shade with a barrel rotation, Nick? Sometimes I like using tilt brushes to get super thick pen, but that is more for... So barrel rotation, you know, I have a hard time keeping the rotation steady all the time. So I'm actually using that to the benefit. I want to see if I can use that as a way of introducing another kind of variance to the shading, right? Either in terms of like having kind of shading done with some lines, like small lines, or some other kind of variance. And that's the purpose. Okay, I need to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And someone's saying I saw an Intuos 3 marker pen. Yeah, I was trying to find an example of the pen because there was somewhere in my memory, we had a photo in a Discord where we saw a disassembly of that pen. I'm going to try to find it actually. Maybe I stored it somewhere to show you what barrel rotation needs in terms of pen hardware. Now, I don't know where that is, so give me a second. Let's see if I can find it. I save a bunch of photos that I take or that I find about products and hardware. I bought an Intuos 3 PTZ 930. Congratulations. Also asking people on Facebook Marketplace if they can ship just their pens. Good idea. Good idea. Let us do one more thing here. Where am I here? Hang on. Looking for Wacom pens, KP701E. We don't have that one. Let me see if I can find it. It was the marker pen, at least, in one of the other Discords. Let's see. This is probably on Cube's server. Let's see if I can find it. It's probably in the tablets channel. Marker pen. Give me a second. Let's see if I can find a photo. Maybe barrel rotation. Barrel rotation. So let me save the marker pen image that I found. And where is a picture? I know someone saw it. Yeah, I can't find it. I'll search after the stream, but yeah, there was a great picture of what's inside. There were 2 inductor coils, which is well. Cube, do you remember the photo I'm talking about? I think it was a disassembled marker pen with 2 inductor coils. That is what I thought was on your server someplace. Because I wanted to illustrate to people why barrel rotation is not trivial to add, because it does require different hardware. And of course the tablet then has to sense it a little differently. Okay, someone is pinging me on Discord. Okay, Charlie's got a question. Will do. Got it. Okay. Okay, there. We're good there. For those of you who joined late, I do want to show you something because it's cool, I guess. And that is, I want to show you, just so people know everything I talked about, which is in this simulation now, I was using this to show what the difference between parallax. Oh, I think Cube's maybe found it. Yes, thank you, Cube, thank you. Okay, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Hang on, everyone. This is what I'm talking about. So this is the marker pen. Okay. Thank you so much, Cube. And this is the ZP600. Okay. And you see the front? You see what the front looks like? There's there's wires wrapped around two different, looks like ferrite rods. At least that's what it looks like to me. And there's multiple wires coming. Maybe there are two coils. I'm not even sure. These wires seem to go around both of them, which is a little bit of a surprise. But there's at least, it looks like more than two wires coming from them. It looks like, I would think 4 wires, okay? So I guess they're two separate wires around these coils. So you see the hardware is different. Something is very different. Now that explains why this ZP600 has its kind of very odd shape, right? Now these coils, remember, these coils would be, I would guess right about here in the pen, right? They're not directly right up on the nib, but they're not too far away. I would guess they're right in the silver part of the top. And so this is a more complicated pen. And this is why I don't think it's trivial. Other pens just don't have this design. Now, I don't know if the Art Pen has two, because the Art Pen is it looks like a normal pen. It is a little thicker, and this might help explain why, but I've never disassembled an Art Pen, right? So anyway, back to my point, barrel rotation requires some special hardware. Okay, so what I want to show people who join the stream a little bit later is, I'm going to show the mouse. Pretend this is like a pen display. And what is parallax? And I'm going to move the mouse a little bit, okay? I move the pen and the mouse to be in the middle of this pixel. Treat the checkerboard like pixels. Okay, so so everyone understands what I'm talking about. Zalami, let me show everyone your comment, and this is the right audience to ask the question, so just hang on. Let me go to, this was on the Wacom subreddit, and then this was, I believe it was it this post? Maybe it wasn't. Let me just give me one more second to find. I think it was a PTZ. Somebody even had it in the... Let me just try searching PTZ. That's easier. I believe that was in the title. Relevance, which was new. Yeah, okay, so there was a post here on getting the PTZ 630 2 days ago. You're right, Salami. And so someone pointed out the fix, right? Which was this tablet driver from the Nick Dude. And I don't think I've ever interacted with the Nick Dude, but we'll go to GitHub and we'll just type in GitHub, the Nick Dude. I believe he has, this has gotta be him. How many of the Nick Dudes are there? But he's got his, yeah, this is definitely him, because I remember this. Wacom driver fix, that's it. Okay. So this is for Mac OS, for older Mac OS. And he's patched the Wacom driver to make it work. I'm not sure the exact nature of the patch or anything. So people have had pretty much success with this, and this person has as well. Now I gotta tell you, since I came partially, I worked in Microsoft Security, or the security division that builds security products. I'm always leery of telling somebody install software, binaries from the internet and run them, and patch software just like that, because there are security risks. I mean, honestly, but this one's been around a while, so some people use it. They've had a lot of success with it. Now, Zalami's question is, should people use this or OpenTablet Driver? So OpenTablet Driver does run on the Mac. You do have to do more setup for it, less than on Windows, but there is a lot of setup, right? To be honest, if you have an older driver, an older tablet, it might be better if you can't get Wacom's driver to work to use the Nick Dudes. Keep in mind, again, I cannot tell you, I cannot in good conscience say that I've I know whether or not the code is safe or there's a virus in there or whatever, but that's probably the easiest thing to do rather than use OpenTabletDriver. If your needs for the pen are very simple, like you just need pressure to work and you don't care about pressure curves and a bunch of other things, buttons, then it's probably, you could explore OpenTabletDriver and see if it meets your needs, because it is actively supported and the code is known, so we know what it does, and it doesn't do anything weird. It just makes it take more time to set up. So I would say try OpenTabletDriver if you're having more misfortune with Wacom drivers. But it's hard for me to say just use a randomly patched driver from the internet. But if you did it, I wouldn't be upset. Okay, so this is a perfectly tracking pen display, okay? And we're gonna make sure people have an illustration of what parallax is, because people do get confused. Now, some parallax is because there's a piece of glass on top of the display. We can simulate that by just hovering the pen a little bit, okay? Now notice, I want you to tell me two things. Let me hover just a little bit first. Do you see that the tip of the pen and the pointer, when it's zero hover, they are, with your eyes, they're pointing at the same place, and they're pointing at the same place no matter how much I rotate, okay? Right? Now, if I raise the thing a little bit, the white line, which is going to be dotted if I raise it a little bit more, it's going directly below the tip. So the tip is pointing to the screen, is the pointer pointing at the same place? It is perfectly pointing no matter how much I move the pen, okay? So its tracking is perfect. But what do your eyes tell you? Your eyes tell you, of course, because there's a sheet of glass, that there's a little bit of difference between where the pointer is and where the tip is of the pen. And if there's enough glass, which I can simulate, what do your eyes tell you here? Your eyes tell you that they're pointing in different places. The pen is pointing at this pixel, this big checkerboard square, and the pointer's pointing at a different one. And you can tell it's parallax because what they're pointing at disagrees. Sometimes it's pointing at the same pixel, but it just depends on the angle you're looking. Here, it's like, see how it's changing as I'm rotating? Like how the distance is changing and which pixel it's pointing to is rotating. That's parallax. Okay? Yeah, Nick, modifying Wacom drivers can have success. Just a few accidents of summoning demons occur in the process. That's what I'm scared. I don't want to summon the tablet demons. Now, some people get confused with parallax, and they confuse parallax with another issue, which is inaccuracy in pen tracking. So this is an example of inaccuracy where the pen is like offset a little bit. Now let me ask a question. Are they pointing at the same place? They are not. Do your eyes, are they pointing at the same pixel? They are not, because there's an inaccuracy here. Do your eyes show you they're pointing at the same place? They do not. Your eyes do not reveal that. They're pointing in different places. Now, watch what happens when I rotate. Notice they're pointing at the same pixels no matter which angle I'm looking at, okay? So this is not parallax. There cannot be parallax here because there's no distance separating the pen tip from the screen, right? So all displays have parallax. iPads have the least, and I think even the Wacom Cintiq Pro or whatever, they have just a tiny bit. Older pen displays have more parallax. Now, does it bother people? Some people, yeah. Now, parallax, by the way, now I know that these big squares are pixels in my demo, but imagine the reality. No parallax, realistically, is bad enough to give you this kind of physical separation. If you think of the pen as an actual size pen, let me move the mouse back, okay? No amount of parallax, no realistic amount of parallax. Like, in order to get that 2 pixels away, I'd have to do this. I'd have to raise the pen like this high, right? So you see, that's insane. There's no piece of glass that's that thick on a tablet, okay? That's just not happening. Most glass on a tablet's this is 1/10 of an inch maybe. That might be a lot for a tablet, by the way. I've never really measured, but I just want to make sure you understand the difference between parallax and then Now, both can be true. There can be an inaccuracy and there can be parallax, right? So this is a case where there's parallax and there's inaccuracy. But no, parallax is an apparent inaccuracy because, you know, it's due to the glass, the angles you're looking at. Also, parallax may not bother you if, sorry, I'm going to change the, let me change this thing to be perfect again. Okay, yeah. Parallax may not bother you because parallax appears to be, if you're not looking at the pen like this, right? You're looking at the pen like this. And there you can barely see any difference, right? It's pointing at the same place, right? So if you're drawing with your, with your right, if you're right-handed, you'll see, sorry, what I'm trying to say is if you see it at an angle, at a typical angle like this, the only thing that's going to block your view is your hand, okay? And this is not going to affect anyone, right? You'll just, remember all pen displays have a little bit of parallax. And the more you look like this, the more you won't even notice there's a parallax. Because why? The pen is in the darn way, like this, right? You have to sort of get your eyes down close and see it, okay? So I just want to be clear with you because this is a thing I see in so many drawing tablet videos where a reviewer will say, well, this has parallax and this isn't the topic. What they're describing is the cursor is offset like this. Like it's just incorrect. So they need to calibrate or do something else. Anyway, that was my, just recapping the discussion that started the stream so everyone's clear. And I'm bringing it up in case anyone had any additional feedback. Okay, so we did that. Let's take a look. I think, Zalami, I answered your question, but if there's anything I left, and as always, people check out the Discord, which I'm going to paste the link in again. Okay, we'll get back to this and let's see what else is going on that we can help people with today. This might be dumb, but I need help. I used a drive. They have the Tablet Artist 10. So this person wants to add touch to their tablet. So unfortunately, touch cannot be added to a tablet. You can only buy a tablet that already has touch. And there aren't that many of those. So because I want him to know this, I'm going to paste a link to this. Cintiq Pros don't have calibration because they don't believe you need it. They don't. Wacom, I'm quoting Wacom. They said you don't need it. It's already perfectly calibrated. You're exactly right, Glazed Avocado. That's exactly why hover is a thing. Because hover, all tablets have to support hover because no pen is actually touching the digitizer. With a pen tablet, there's a piece of plastic between the digitizer and the pen. With a pen display, there's an LCD panel or a display panel, and there's glass. So always you're dealing with hover. You just don't notice it because they're separated very little from the digitizer. Okay, so we answered this person's question. Let's see what else we got here. We can just chill out and talk about whatever. I've gone on for what, 4.5 hours? Been relaxing. Again, I'm just doing this in case people want have questions about shopping, really, though most of the time we've been talking about Krita and barrel rotation. Not many questions about shopping, just a couple. Let's see. Well, glazed avocado, what people recommend is the following. They recommend, if you're going to calibrate, do it with the most, where you normally are with your head, because you're right. They'll shift depending on where your head is. So don't in other words, don't calibrate with your head in a weird place. Like, just draw normally. What happens with this person? Oh no, what's happening here? Something is weird. Could you just... So what they're showing here looks like some distortion on this tablet. Weird. Can you... Whenever I see something like this, what I want them to do is, can you draw a grid? Can you draw a full grid of lines, vertical and horizontal, and show what that looks like? So there's really only two possibilities here. This person either has a bad digitizer, or there's something electromagnetic going on. Now, they have drawn irregular lines. I can't figure out which part's the tablet and which part's them. That's why I just want them to draw a perfect grid and see how that distorts the strokes. I actually need to record a video explaining this as a diagnostic test, because more often than not, it'll tell me whether there's a magnet involved. Lots of people have magnets in, they put their tablet on top of a laptop or whatever, and it just does weird things. So let's hope we can figure it out from this. Zalami says, have you considered ever doing a video exploring different drawing surface materials to restore scratched up drawing tablets? I haven't. We've talked about a little bit of those, but I've never really explored that topic deeply. I guess because, I'm not really sure what materials are there we can use, right? But I think there's a couple of options. I think Cube has suggested a kind of Lexan sheet, which I've tried as well, but the texture was a little too rough for me. Some other people use Foxbox covers, but they have lots of texture. You could use like a screen protector from Photodon or other companies. I could try that. But I'm really bad at putting them on, so I'm very hesitant to do it. But yeah, it's an interesting topic. I'll put that in my queue of like possible shows. Give me a second. Possible shows. I've seen some people use Mylar. Let me write that down. Different covers. Surface materials for scratched up tablets. Mylar is one. On Cube says that his are double-sided. One with texture, one without. I think I tried the one without texture, or the less textured one. I could have sworn it felt still like it had some texture. So I'll try again. Maybe my brain is not functioning correctly. Yeah, that's what I mean, Zalami. Sometimes people put a screen protector on top of a screenless tablet because it's meant to handle the abuse, right? Though I've never personally tried. I mean, there's nothing special about it. I mean, it works for screenless as well. Would it be all that crazy just to buy a large Intuos Pro texture sheet and just cut it to size with a smaller tablet? I mean, it'll work, I guess. Though, to be honest, it seems like a lot of money to cut, right? There's a super texture side and a smooth matte side. Maybe I was using the super texture one because I definitely felt it. I have to find, let me put a note to myself to a follow-up. Find that Lexan. Find that Lexan and try again. Okay, let us continue. Yeah, I hope this person can come back and explain why they're having this problem. I'm gonna give this an upvote just because. Why am I? Wait, this shouldn't be upvoted. This is a pen and ink drawing. Well, I don't often delete posts unless they're really spam on Drawing Tablet subreddit. 6 hours. Help me choose. Let's see. I'm just gonna say, does the Artist Pro 22 Gen 2 fit in your budget? If not, then the Artist 22 Plus would be my bet. Would be. Oh, someone else actually said the same thing. Oh, that's a good point, Nick. Yeah, I forgot about that. They actually have cutouts for the buttons. The new ones don't. The new ones are just they're just flat, just the one piece with no holes, no cutouts. Let's see. Canvas 16 2021 versus XP Pen Artist 16 Gen 2 versus Huion Canvas 13 Gen 3. Yeah, this person answered right. The Huion has less wobble. See, they identified this as spam, but it's not spam. It's clearly correct. I'll give them an approval and an upvote for that. I'll just go with, I like to just, when people contribute to the subreddit, I just upvote. Oh, let's see. Parka says, yeah, I think that's fair. Not, I mean, when I test for wobble, so I notice it. I'm not sure if a normal person would notice it as much. So that's a fair comment. And I do need to reevaluate the Artist 16 Gen 2, honestly. So let me put that as a follow-up as well. Follow-up. Artist 16 Gen 2. Just re-eval. In fact, maybe I'll just do a full stream on and test it. Okay. Salami says, I've seen someone suggest that Mylar is similar to the Intuos 3 overlay sheet, so it doesn't eat away nibs at all. Yeah, I think it is supposed to be similar. I'm not sure if it's the same exact material or not. I think I answered this person already. I did. Let me give them an upvote. Reddit should have a feature to translate this stuff, doesn't it? I thought there was a way of doing it. I have no idea what language this has got to be Spanish. Let's see. Select language. This person is asking. Price at 300 pesos. Okay. I don't know. It's the... I don't know which one he's looking at. I think he's looking at this M6. Oh, he's got more pictures there. M808. It's probably. I'll just say it's probably okay. Probably okay. But I don't have. I do have an M908, which I need to try. Any direct experience with UG. With UG. Check TO on tech channel to see if he has reviewed it. As an option, titanium nib is not wearing out at all. I've always said I'm very scared of metal nibs after my experiment, so I don't officially recommend them. Oops, let's get back here. We entered that person. Parker, Tio's already replied here, so I'll just leave that replied. I don't try to reply to everything, but if I feel like I need to add something or there's no reply, I will try to reply. I forgot. I think I looked it up and I just got so distracted by like how to order it. Well, I'll write that down in my follow-up again, Cube. I have that link somewhere. Ceramic nibs, tip nibs. I think I commented on this guy already. I did. Display is glitching. Drivers will almost certainly not help this case. So did anyone reply? No one replied, of course. This is a tough one. Drivers won't help this. Drivers don't affect this. Don't affect this. Contact Huey on support. I think you'll need their help. You will need their help. But in the meanwhile, does it happen when only the tablet is plugged in? They're sold out? Oh, thank you. Well, thank you for checking. The only nib Wacom still sells from 2S3 is just the standard nib, right? I don't recall if they sold other nibs or not, honestly. So I don't know, Zalami. Maybe someone else will be... Cube might be able to answer that one. I just don't recall it having different nibs, but that's been so long ago. If it's going to go up in price more than 10 euros, then I'm not. How much does the Canvas 16 cost right now? The Canvas 16 21 edition is $279. The 16 Gen 3 is $429. That really should go down in price, honestly. The Gen 3 Canvas 13 is $214. Good deal, by the way. I'm surprised this costs so much, honestly, still. It shouldn't cost that much. I suspect the prices will stay lower. Actually, I don't know. I don't want to speculate. Yeah, I'm not sure if I have any advice for this person. It's a good question. I just don't know. I think I answered this one already. Yep. iPad Air, XP Pen, Moving, Surface Pro, which do you like? People already answered, so I'm not gonna. Yeah, these comments are fine. Someone was asking about okay, this person, I'll just give them my buying guide. They just need some help. This may help. I'll just look for ones that don't really have an answer or don't have answers that are maybe complete. Yeah, I made a full video about this, so I'm gonna tell this person about that video. It's actually in a document. They just don't know how to connect. So it's connecting a pen display. I made this very big video, very detailed video about connecting with HDMI. Let me just, in fact, probably just send them the video. If you don't, that'll be easier than connect your pen display to your computer or your. Trying to explain it to them. This should help. This should help. This is a couple of days ago, so it's been a while. If you are still having problems. Sometimes I answer old questions, not because the person still needs help, but they might. Some people struggle with things for weeks. But I also answer these older questions because other people will find these older questions. And so this will direct, other people in the future to the right resource. I should change the sorting to new, not best, because that's what I want to do right now, is help people. Again, I'm looking for people who are struggling. Maybe they don't have an answer. Okay, Vike. So it works with other computers. Do you have Uh, what does the driver exact? People sometimes describe like, oh, it doesn't detect or doesn't work, and they could mean anything from the pressure isn't working to the pen position isn't being tracking to the driver doesn't even know the tablet exists. So I try to ask them what exactly the driver says. Can you show a screenshot? This person's got suggestions. Okay, this person's... I don't know what this means because it's in Spanish, so we will translate. I really wish Reddit would make it easier for me to do this, where it would just do the translation for me. Okay, so what I want to say is there are better options. There are better options. Oh. See, okay, let's switch it around. There are better options. See this set of recommendations and also the linked buying guide. I don't think how can I say this? The tablet will probably work fine, honestly. But I think in this day and age, it's a lot to pay for what you're getting, right? So I think at least there are better options in terms of price. So maybe I should add that as one of the translation options. There are better options there are options that provide better value for the price. That provide better value for the price. Okay, where are the recommendations I have? One thing I realize is I'm gonna need to get different background music. I think I'm kind of just getting bored of the current background music. I want something soothing, but maybe with a little more excitement. And then recommendations, and then the buying guide, yeah. Literally everyone, what's funny is at the top of this Reddit, it literally says drawing tablet recommendations. Okay, and I'm going to hide this community highlight. I don't think it's needed anymore. This live stream, I'll remove it. No one looks at this, even though it literally shows the recommendations. I don't blame people. It's just the way people are. They don't read the headings of things. Did I not reply to this already? Okay. Well, the good news is I have recommendations here. The recommendations link to the buying guide, and the buying guide links to the recommendations. So everyone, this may help. See the section on standalone tablets. On standalone tablets. Which were you looking at, Charlie Martian? Yeah, that's fair, glazed avocado. In fact, now that you say it, I don't really recall seeing them in the mobile app. So let's take a look. Okay, I'm at the root of Drawing Tablet, or I'm about to be. Yeah, I can see why people skip past it. It just looks like something you should skip past. It doesn't help that the thumbnails for them are sort of... I can't change them. Like, I can't make them more interesting to click on, right? They are there. They are, literally right there. But yeah, you're right. It just doesn't make it obvious to click on them, which is weird. I don't know what causes this with people, but I've seen this many times. Like, we all know things at the top are the first things your eyes see, but some people just skip right past headings and things like that to what they think of as the content. It's very weird. Tablet buying guide. Click on it. It shows a big neon. No, it does not, Nick. The tablet buying guide does not show a big Wacom logo. It just says this, right? There's no. I don't think there's any logos here. I update this a lot, by the way. I update this a lot. I may do. Did I do I did a stream, which is a buying guide, but I don't know if I should do another. What do you call it? Another video. I might. Your recommendation. Oh, because the Artist Pro 22 Gen 2 is on sale today for $490. Okay, let's take a look at that, because I think that is a great deal. Yep, $489 down, so it's $490 from $700. That's a great deal. That's a very good deal for this tablet, and I think people should take it. You're not going to get a 22-inch tablet at that resolution for a better price. I just wish Huion had something that competed with this in the 22-inch space. The 24 Pro is really expensive. It's $300. The Canvas 22 and 22 Plus are old tech, and they're fine. But older pen, older cabling. But let's see how much it is actually. I think the 22 Plus from XP Pen is a better deal than the Canvas 22 and 22 Plus. Shop for Canvas. 22 Plus is... What do we got? We got the 22 series. The 22 is $320, and the 22 Plus is $400. With the 22 Plus, I think... I forgot what the differences are. Actually, let's use the AI to figure this out. What are the differences? Meet AI between these two tablets. Okay, why don't you tell me? Oh, come on. I thought we were in AI mode. Isn't that what that was supposed to do? Isn't there like an AI mode for this thing? Or a Gemini, some BS thing? Seriously. Okay, maybe... Yes, I'm in. Okay, I don't even know what I clicked on anymore, but... Yeah, oh, look at this. It actually is helping me. Look at this. Canvas 22 versus Plus. Yeah, let's see. This is what I'm talking about. Remember, it can be wrong. But this is genuinely useful stuff. Okay, this is good. Can I make the size bigger though? Okay, maybe if I do this, it'll get there. No, it's not affected by the size of the content. Okay, So it's $100 cheaper. The 22 Plus has etched glass. Okay. You should see a little more parallax with the 22 instead of the 20 Plus. There's a wider color gamut. To be honest, I don't like super wide color gamuts because it's hard to turn them off. Included cables, okay. I don't know about this one. I don't think that USB-C to USB-C cable works the way they think it does, because I've never gotten it to work with a single USB cable. It can't. It needs... Actually, no, it does. The USB-C cable can be used to give it, I think, power and data. Sorry, display and data, but you need the 3-in-1 cable for power. That is lame. I guess, all things being considered, $300 for a 22 here is not bad. And if you can deal with the 3-in-1 cable, it's not bad. I wish the pen was better, but that is not bad, actually. Okay. I guess I wouldn't feel bad if someone got it, honestly. Let's go. Where's that Reddit post? Let me close this. That was very useful. Oh, and someone has probably responded to my... Oh, this person has made an update on this. I made another post. Apparently it was a new update. Oh, like a Windows update? Oh, so this problem... I've been seeing it with multiple people. So, okay. Interesting. So it looks like I don't know. I think a Windows update triggers something, and then the display driver, they update their NVIDIA driver, and it fixed it. Okay, interesting. I don't know if they've seen this. Have you tried installing... Oh gosh. I'm gonna ignore this for a second. Maybe I'll come back to it. It's complicated. Let's see. And Charlie says, while in some regions Intuos Pro L is almost $700 US, that's too much. That is way too much. Okay, it looks like I'm gonna look a few more days. I don't know the answer to this, so I'll do that later. My laptop screen doesn't show the tablet. I know the tablet's connected. Can I control the cursor with the pen? When I first got this, display would show up on the tablet. Okay, let's take a look. When you... This is such a standard question. When they say, I don't see anything, I always ask them, when you turn on the tablet, do you see... There's the same formulaic response. Anything at all. At all. Even an error message. Some people, when they see an error message, they say, oh, it's not showing anything. I'm like, it is showing you something. It's showing you the error message. Even for a moment. That sentence usually captures everyone. Same here, Cami Luna. Autodesk Sketchbook. Like, I think I've probably turned it on or something. Like, isn't it paid now? It's not free anymore? Or I forget. Autodesk to me is like just another universe. Okay. This person has some links to deals. That's very nice. And these are actually to Samsung instead of like some weird ass site. Okay. Thanks for sharing. I'll just say that. Thanks for sharing. And if we look at the prices, what do we notice here? Galaxy Tab S10, $400 off. Okay. 200 off this, that would be good. Cameron Luna says, I think Autodesk changed from paid to free to paid. Oh, they went back and forth multiple times. I do want to see, though. Some people are talking about the S10 FE. I wonder how much it is now. They say it's notably better than the S9 FE. It's improved in performance, I think. 600 for the FE. It's a little more expensive than I'd expect, to be honest. I don't think the Tab A series even supports pens. 10 SFE Blue. This is the Wi-Fi version. Is what? Oh, this is good. The 10 FE with the Wi-Fi support, it's 450. That would be a decent deal, actually. Down from 570. I think if you want a general purpose tablet, that would actually work very well. You work with Autodesk every day, Nick. Is that Autodesk has some free stuff for non-commercial use? I didn't know that. Okay, let's keep on helping people if I can here. My nib broke. What can I do to remove it from the S Pen? Well, guess what? I have a broken nib removal article. It can happen to non-broken nibs, but I just call it the broken nib. Okay. I'm gonna have to come back to this one. No pressure for that pen. Chinese. Why did someone put a Chinese writing desk here? It is beautiful. Oh, that's me. Let's see, this person. Okay, there's a good bunch of replies here. I don't need to step into this. I gotta remember, I'm just trying to help the people who need the help, not who have already had lots of people in the discussion. I would say check out the Inspiroi 2L. I think that would probably be a decent fit for this person. Let's see. I see all the time Reddit does photos of broken nibs and tips. I think sometimes they drop the pen, Nick. I think also sometimes they just snap. I don't know what causes it over time, but they do just break off. But drops are probably the number one reason, at least from what I see. What I really want is a bot. I gotta figure out how to code one. is it possible for me to code using vibe coding a bot that would automate this for me? Like, what I want is give me a list of all the. Let me play this out in my head here. I want a bot that I manually run that gives me a list of all the Reddit posts that don't have a lot of traction on them, meaning there's not been heavy-handed people came in. That's possible. They might be pressing too hard. They might be pressing too hard. I could see that adding some kind of shear stress to the nib, and over time that breaks it off. Drop the pen from 17 floors on a road with 3 trucks drive over it. That's probably happened. I also see a lot of dog issues. Dogs seem, and some cats, they seem to like chewing on the pens, and that has ruined a couple of pens. Cats have brought down a number of pen displays. Let me tell you, that has happened. Every couple of months I'll see a cat, I'll hear of in the Reddit, a cat bringing down a pen tablet or a pen display. It's hard to take down a pen tablet. They're pretty durable. The rubber-tipped Lamy EMR nibs have a thin rubber string inside. I broke a nib once when removing it, and the tip end was hanging from the stick by, oh man, that's awful. I broke a nib once when removing it. The tip was hanging from the stick end, but you were able to get it out. Yes, Cube is right. Some humans chew on their pens. There's a couple of, there's at least one tablet I have, meaning pen, where it's very obvious someone was keeping the pen like in their mouth, and you can see the teeth marks in the pen. I don't think they were chewing on it. I think they were just like, I'm trying not to do that to the pen to damage it, but like, you get the idea, right? They're just kind of holding their. So that's another reason I say if you're buying a used pen tablet or pen or whatever, clean it. Clean it. Humans removing nibs with their teeth, probably some people do that. I would not recommend it. But you got to clean your used tablets because some of them are just filthy. And when you realize people are putting the pens in their mouths, it just gives you a yuck feeling. Okay, so let me describe what I want. I want a thing that finds the posts that aren't getting any traction, okay? And for those, I just want to identify what they are. And what I'd like to do is for it to see what's happening. Like, most things are, like a doctor, most problems are typical. It's, it's runny nose, cold and cough. So there's those kinds of problems with the drawing tablet. No signal. I've already written docs and all those things, and I want it to reply. I'm not saying, it's trying to be me per se, but like just help me craft the reply real quick so I don't have to spend a lot of time. The other thing it could help is for those posts where I have an opinion, like recommendation, even if there's been traction, I'd like to pipe in and say, well, this is my experience with the tablet. Maybe this will be useful for you. Okay, let's take a look at this. I saw someone use a pen without a nib for so long, they wore down the tip of the pen shell that the PCB was falling out of the pen. That is extreme. That is extreme. Oh, wow. You see the PCB. That is wild. I'm surprised it survived that. I'm really surprised it survived that. Okay, so here, since I'm just talking most, what I'm getting at here is so I have opinions. I'd like to share those opinions, even if there is traction on the thread. Okay. The other thing I'm thinking about doing is seeing if I can vibe code. I'm totally into vibe coding right now. If I can vibe code a kind of troubleshooting decision tree, okay? Because I think I could save people time here's a classic example. They'll say, I mentioned this a minute ago, I don't see anything on the tablet. That can mean everything from the tablet is literally black, like there's no light coming from it, to the no signal problem, to this happens. You would not believe the number of times this happens, and you'll understand if I just tell you. So you're seeing sort of two screens, right? You're seeing my face and you're seeing this screen thing, right? What sometimes people will see if you have two monitors like that is that they have a desktop background, like where my face is, okay? And they plug in their tablet, and what they see on the tablet is their desktop background, and in Windows, the taskbar, okay? People will call that, I don't see anything on the tablet. You understand? They see pixels, they see their taskbar, but all they see is their desktop background, and they describe the situation as, I don't see anything on the tablet. And they're all, by the way, they're also confused how to get the pointer to the tablet. They're like, it's not working. I go, this is actually the normal way. Drag a window, and then they finally get it. So I actually have to do a video explaining this because it comes up so often. And I'm not bashing those people. If you've used a laptop for your entire life and you've never experienced multi-monitor situations, this must be baffling that this works like this, right? I'm gonna change my ears for a second because the battery is low. So give me a moment. The one thing I like about my Mac, well, many things, but one thing I really like is that more or less it will transfer the audio to this automatically when I switch. And that is a nice. Now, it actually didn't completely do that this time, but that's okay. Let me fix that. Where is the volume link sent to? It should be going to this thing. There we go. So I want someone, so what I want to build is like a troubleshooting bot, I guess, or at least not a bot, it can just be a UI, but it would really solve things if it can ask these very common questions like, are you literally seeing nothing? Here's another, this is another, you'll love this one. You know that you have the 3-in-1 cable with the HDMI cord? Some people, and I totally can see why they would do this. They don't plug the HDMI cord from the tablet to their computer. They plug it to their monitor, expecting like a signal to go from their computer to their monitor and then to the tablet. Happens all the time. And it's a basic question you have to ask, which is, how is it connected? And that can be frustrating. I'll ask people, how is it connected? And they'll just say, with cables. Like, I get that, but could you please elaborate? Or they'll say, with the cables it came with. I'm like, I believe you, but like, how is it actually connected? So I'll always ask this question as now, how is it connected, dash, which cables, which ports on the computer? That usually gets them. But of course they have trouble describing the ports. Like, no one knows where the motherboard port is versus the GPU port. So I often just ask for a picture, right, of their motherboard, and that will, or their laptop, because that'll help me, honestly. So many people will plug it into the motherboard HDMI, which often does not work. Anyway, I'm just giving you examples of the stereotypical things that happen, which it would save me and other people a lot of time if we could just get them to go through this a little bit. And I know no one wants to talk to a machine, but like, it would help a lot of people to just have somebody ask those basic questions and those basic tests, right? And it would save me a lot of time as well. By the way, if anyone wants to be a mod on any of the Drawing Tablet subreddits, let me know. We do need help with our Drawing Tablet, our Wacom, our XP Pen, and our Huion. Right now there's only one mod, me. Let's see, second guessing the moving 14 over 11. Okay, this person needs a camera. Yeah, T already answered, so I'm gonna leave that alone. Okay, let's check Wacom. I'm gonna wait for this one. Alternate driver locations. I can help people with this because I have a link to older drivers. Older Wacom drivers. I need to update this page because it doesn't help you if the Wacom site's down, which is the problem that's happening right now. So I made, whoops, that's actually the wrong place. Let's try this again. Social, no, I need to get book. Older Wacom drivers. I am gonna find more music. It does get for me, because remember this, I'll go on for many hours, and so I hear the same song over and over. And even though I like it when it starts, it does grate on me after a while. Okay, sorry, I didn't show you what I'm trying to show you. So I built a little tool, which is this thing. Now you can find it here. See if this this link works for you. I imagine I use the cables discussion gets much more challenging with the pen display. The pen display comes with, yes, it does, Cami Luna. There is so much confusion around cabling. Here's another classic cabling fiasco. I don't have a 3-in-1 cable with me, right? But let's just pretend I have, okay? Yeah, this is actually a good example. Okay, so let's pretend this is a 3-in-1 cable. It's obviously not, but it has, I have 3 ends here, okay? So they'll see this, and here, I swear to you, this is what happens. So one of these is like HDMI, right? They'll plug in the HDMI, and they'll plug in the USB, and for whatever reason, which I can never explain, they won't plug in the power. They'll just leave it dangling, or they'll leave the USB dangling. And they're like, oh, my display shows something, but my mouse, the pointer doesn't work. Or, the image goes dark after a second or something, right? Turns off. And I'm just asking them, like, oh yeah, they'll always be like, oh, I didn't plug it in. I didn't think I needed it. I'm like, why didn't you think you needed it? Something about this makes them think there's an optional thing here. Like you only need 2 of 3. I don't know why. Lots of people do that. A shocking number do that. So another thing that's happening with the Wacom website, I will actually go there to show this. Wacom driver. Let's see. Yes, that helps. So sometimes the site is down, but with my website, you can actually, sometimes the site is down, but not the place where the drivers actually are, which is what this website actually does. It actually points to Wacom's site, but their CDN, Content Delivery Network. So even if Wacom's site is down, you'll basically still be able to get these drivers. And note to self, I think Cube asked, is it possible for me to come up with a list of driver versus supported tablets? I think so. I got to do a little bit of parsing to figure this out, but I think it's possible. I just got to, and of course it's going to be a little incomplete as well, but I think I can get the data. I can vibe code anything now. Okay. Now, since this person mentioned it, I'm going to check if other people are having this problem. What relevance is new? Okay, so for only, it should be up now. But if it isn't, try this. with this. Okay. This person has an issue. This is the same question. When you turn it on, this is such a classic. I actually programmed my iPad to paste that text here, but I don't have it set up right on this machine. The tablet on. Does anything appear on the screen? Even an error message. Even for a moment. Oh, I'm looking at a search, so let me... I wish I could filter by no responses. New... Actually, let me just go back here. Okay. Tiny pixel moving around. I'm gonna see this. Uh-oh. You know what I think it is? That ain't no pixel. That ain't no pixel. Yeah, it's a bug. Yeah. There are sometimes bugs get in there, but I'm surprised. Which model is this? It's a bug. Which... Between... the display panel and the glass. Which model do you have? People. No, I wouldn't. That's unfair, Nick. That's unfair. I mean, are there stupid people? Yeah, but all of us have made mistakes or gone through a thinking process where some fundamental thing was just not in our... It wasn't in our head, okay? And remember, lots of people have to interact with technology that are not into technology, okay? So I don't blame them. I do wish, though, probably my only irritation is I will tell people to read a document, like my no signal document, which is a long document. They will reply in 2 minutes saying, oh yeah, I read it. It didn't help me. I'm like, really? Oh, they'll say something like literally in 5 minutes. Oh, I read it. I tried everything. It doesn't help me. And I'm thinking, you really read the entire thing, tried everything, and there's lots to try in just a couple of minutes? Because they just don't want to read. They just don't want to read. I think they would definitely benefit, and I don't blame them. Everyone hates reading these days. I wonder if they would be benefiting from a robot, like an AI, to talk to them. That would probably be a better thing for them. In fact, I'm going to do this as a follow-up. I'm going to ask it, AI. Oh, speaking of AI, I have questions for people. We're going to do a little AI quiz here. Ask AI to troubleshoot no signal. Okay, this is something I've always wanted to do to this audience, and I just want to get your honest take, okay? And this is about AI, and there's no right or wrong. This is a quiz, right? And it's just about our feelings about using AI in an artistic sense. So let me ask you a question. The AI bot will just tell the user to shove cheese in the HDMI port. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Cheese will fix your problem. Okay, let me ask you a question. I think if I used Gen AI, if I use this feature, text to image, right? Like generate an image. Would you consider that that's bad? We have a bad feeling about that, right? We don't like that, right? Bad. We don't like that. Okay? Let me ask another question. I think people who aren't used to setting up older tech just don't expect to need more than one cable. Yeah, that's fair. And to be honest, to your point, Glazed Avocado, it is not clear why a tablet needs more than one cable. Like they don't conceptualize all the reasons, right? And certainly they don't realize, so many complications go into it. The power, the data, they expect to work with one, and I do get that. Okay, so I don't think anyone in the audience can say Gen AI text image is something you'd like to do, right? You don't think it's ethical. It's bad. It's unethical. Let me put that word there. Okay? It's unethical. Unethical. Okay. Let me ask another honest, this is a really honest question. Would you say that Gen AI and I did a text to movie, you would also say that's bad and unethical, right? Would that be fair? No, vibe coding is, it is in some sense exactly like Gen AI for programmers, but it is different in some ways. First of all, the thing that's output has no creative human mark to it. Okay? Like, you don't look at the code and feel good or bad about the code. It's just a utilitarian, it's just a utility to you, right? But let's explore that, because we'll come into that topic about the differences in this question, okay? So both Gen AI text to movie are similar, and they're both bad, okay? We'll get to vibe coding later. Let me ask this question. Where does it strike you, this question? So it's I draw something, right? I draw something, right? And that's important that the human's drawing something, but use Gen AI to clean up the lines. Where do you fall on this spectrum? Not links, lines. You understand? Like, maybe I've done a little bit of sketchy lines. I just want to clean it up. What do you feel about this one? Is that bad? Is it unethical? While you're pondering that, I'm going to add a related question. They're from a data set. So let me I like your comment, your screw. Let me just write this down. Okay. They're from a data set where the recipients so the first thing Yurukaskuru has pointed out is that there's an issue of consent from what the training was on. Okay? Now let me ask this question. Would you agree? Actually, let me ask a different question, okay? It's very related though. If I draw something and I use a clean line filter, meaning like there's code someone wrote that does the same exact thing, but it wasn't involving a data set, would you also feel bad about that? Remember, I'm saying it produces the same output. If I follow what you're saying already, Yurukaskuru, then the answer should be it's okay, because there was no data set with recipients. Tell me if that's incorrect, though. right? And the other question is, do you feel less bad, or do you think it's less bad, this using Gen AI to clean up lines compared to Gen AI to just generate the new content, right? Which is very different. Okay, here's another case while we're pondering. I draw two things, okay? So it's like a beginning frame, an ending frame. And then I use AI to animate the beginning to the end. Okay, I see. So this comment, I think, is for the Gen AI, right? I think these apply to this. The clean line is okay. The Gen AI clean line is good, right? So we're okay with this. It sounds like we're okay with these two. Because they're really not very different, right? What about this one? So I say, I don't know, I want in the comic book industry, we used to have an inker. Now these jobs are getting less and less. Only the best are keeping their jobs. Got it. So it is affecting people, right? How bad is this? Remember, I am the creative source for the first frame and the end frame, but I ask it to interpolate, meaning draw the intermediate, right? We're not talking about drawing a movie. It's just like the character has to move from one side of the room and sit down in a chair. Like, do that, right? These inkers render I remember inkers. I had my favorite inkers, though I can't name them. But some definitely did make a difference in the comic books I used to watch. Right? Is this okay? Like, I'm more okay with this, where I was the creative input, right? I feel like that would be okay. Here's another one. This is a curious question I have for you. Give me a second. I'm gonna just create it on the fly for a second. And you'll see what I'm getting at. Yeah, it's absolutely Zalman. I agree with you, 100%. I've seen inkers make the art great, and I've seen inkers make the same artist's art blah. They didn't play to the strengths. Like, you might see an artist have a lot of detail, and some inkers just blow away the detail. Like, it's wiped out. Give me a second. I'm gonna get to Super Grok here. Okay, hang on one second. We're going to show you an example of something, okay? And this is just, again, we're trying to understand. If I hire a guy to draw sometimes and he brings me AI-generated crap, he's just fired. Don't the overarching questions become, is AI ethical? Was it trained ethically? Is it replacing humans in an unethical way? I think so. California inking, I think that is the fundamental thing. But how can I say this? It's clear that if you're generating something de novo, meaning from nothing, it is unethical. But if I'm the creative input, just the fact that the AI was trained at all, but it's not using any of the data set that like can you say it's unethical that the AI learns how humans walk? I'm gonna copy that and put it in my follow-ups, okay? Follow-up. And I'm gonna show you another, we're actually gonna do something AI in a second. We have existing tools that can animate between the clean lines. Yeah, and I'm just trying to delve into where our thinking is on that. And so you've moved this closer to the thing. Okay, let me try another case, which is, again, I totally get it if it's like you're drawing in somebody's style, right? I think that's very clear. Their style has been copied or used. I totally get that. But if you're not copying that, if the AI can animate your character walking simply because it knows how things walk, is that unethical? Because it's not really a creative thing that it's learned about. It's learned about motion, right? If I'm honest, I despise all AI used in creative process of art, especially when it's taking decisions away from the artist. Interesting. So let me ask you a question. Zalami, would you feel the same way? What I'm trying to say, I'm trying to focus on that second part, which is taking decisions away from the artist, right? What if it's not AI, but it's just a tool, like a filter, a Photoshop filter, right? Isn't that taking decision away from the artist? And just so everyone knows, I'll tell you how I use AI. I've always been open about it. I do not generate pictures from AI. I do not, I have generated some meme videos, which I'm going to show you one, by the way. But I use vibe coding, but I don't generate any artistic thing from it, right? But I've just done some meme type stuff, okay? And I'll just show it to you. And I post this on the Discord, so I just want to show you. Literally, this is the two things I've done with Grok, right? A child, because it looks like a banana color, the mango color. And a child eating this tour box, right? They don't sell that color anymore. And I did this thing where, with Blade Runner, right? A scene from Blade Runner where instead of saying all these moments will be lost in time, I said all these nibs will be lost in time. Those are the two things, right? So these would be, this would be an abuse of copyright, right? Or something. Maybe it's fair use. I don't know, right? But I just posted this in the Discord as kind of a joke, not to say that I had any creative input to it. Let me ask another question, which is, let's go to, let's see, California. I'm shooting off the cuff here as someone who has not been impacted by AI, but I would initially say supporting a company that developed its AI ethically is bad, even if the specific use isn't bad. Got it. So let me copy that note. That's actually, I like that you said that. Oops, that was a different comment. Let me get the one from California Inking. Copy text, yeah. Okay, now let me show you something. Let me find something and then I'll bring it to your attention, okay? Where is it? I take pictures of all my, when I get a new tablet, I take a picture of it, okay? Now I want to eat a crunchy yellow tour box. I don't blame you. I get a little bit hungry seeing that because I think it must taste great. In my mind, I'm imagining like a mango flavored candy, like a hybrid, like with the texture of chocolate, but it's mango flavored. I preface this by saying I agree that there's a fine line where AI can assist. I think to use AI to generate and then claiming, yeah, you shouldn't claim things as your own, right? Like I don't claim. Sorry, where's the picture? I would not ever claim that this is mine, right? Like these two things I created here, or I caused the AI to create. That's tasteless to me, right? Thank you, California. I do want to have a good conversation. I've actually deliberately not talked about AI in my streams because, sometimes conversations, it gets very, I've seen at least one case where somebody talked about AI and it didn't really turn out very good for them. And I think people may know who I'm talking about, it was Ergo Josh. He had a video about using AI and people really did not like that. They really did not like that video. And I think he was trying to show there are ethical ways of using AI, but no one was having it, right? No one was having it. I don't know if people's opinions have changed since then. I don't think it's changed that much, but his community is artists, right? So I don't blame them for reacting strongly. And some people try to, another person, Adam Duff, tried to maybe explain a little bit, act as a bit of a explainer of the situation, and that was also not well received. They ended up both people ended up removing their videos. At the same time, it isn't using a pen with stabilization on a display tablet, using a brush that emulates watercolor technique assisting. It isn't using a pen. I'm not sure if I'm following you, Charlie Martian. A Photoshop filter is not the same thing. I'm referring to generative AI. An example of your own drawing to the example of your own drawing to animation is bad. Photoshop filter is a tool more. That's fair. There is a qualitative difference, Zalami, between at least filters as we know them. Okay, there are AI filters as well, right? He did double down, Screw. He did double down, and that did not work. But and he didn't. I was about to say he stopped posting. Ergo Josh has posted much less since that event, right? I think, in fact, I'm going to take a look. I don't want to guess about this. And I like Ergo Josh. I like his videos. Do I think it was the best thing ever to do to make that video? No, but I like the guy. Ergo Josh. Okay, let's take a look here. How many videos has he had? Oh, lately, look, he's doing more. But yeah, here it was. This is a year ago. Oh no, he actually kept the original video. Okay, this was I'm not gonna play the full thing. I just want to see the date. Okay, and there's issues about this video which are quite interesting. This was July. Oh, it's been over a year. Okay, so just so everyone catches everyone up on this, he made this. Okay, he made this, and he's using AI as kind of reference for this, and this is what he did. Okay, now I'm not debating whether I like this picture. I thought it was this drawing. It was visually interesting, though. I think people were also surprised it came out. They didn't like the way it looked. They thought it should have come out even better. But this was him trying to say it could be used in an ethical way. Did not go down well. So I was wrong. He has been actually posting a lot lately, but I think he stopped for a little while. At least a couple of months. He talked about it afterwards.
So
again, I just want to get the dates here. August 24th, and let's see how long you paused. Oops, that's not the right one. Oh, where was it? Okay, so that was August, and then he goes all the way to January. So yeah, it was about, I don't know, 5 months, let's say. Anyway, let's go back to the comments here. The thing is, the AI reference he used, it did make his painting look. And what's really weird is, he really does great art. I like his art a lot, and so it didn't contribute to I think it didn't sell to his strengths, right? A tool is a tool. What they call AI generating images now is just legalization of theft. I think this is unfortunate, but I think this is happening. How can I say this? So, the music industry is very good at protecting its IP, right? Though I haven't kept up with AI on music, so pardon me if I get anything wrong. But I'm just using that as a stepping stone to say those same kind of IP protections and organizations don't seem to exist for visual art that's digital, right? So that's one problem. People aren't accustomed to doing it. Like if you run a restaurant, I think you have to pay license fees to play like songs, like the radio even. It took them 90 hours, you're screwed. I didn't even know it took that long, which is a lot to take. Anyway, there's protections and policies and organizations don't exist, I think, as much for visual stuff. And that's part one of what I have to say. And the part two is sometimes, I'm talking about the world / the United States here. I'm not talking about any specific AI company. Obviously, using AI at this scale involves looking at a lot of IP, intellectual property, okay? And it always has, by the way, even when they weren't doing AI. Search engines, and I know because I essentially worked on a search engine at Microsoft, search engines have been cataloging what you post for a long time. I mean, not only what you search for, but every image. Facebook is like the largest collection of photos in the world, okay? And I think we all just kind of let that fly by in our brains because like we kind of understand that that's the way the system has to work. They have to archive the image to show it. They can't, so you have to give them the right to archive it to show, otherwise it would never work. That's implicit in the way we use these social media sites. We have now some concerns about how this AI is being used and the intellectual property of an artist is being monetized by other people, which is a valid concern. My fear is this is a juggernaut that cannot be stopped, meaning governments, and here I'm talking about governments, think the promises of AI are so strong that they would be willing to, even if they actually believe there are intellectual property issues, they would be willing to legislate those problems out of existence, simply to let the AI prosper, right? In other words, I think the genie's out of the bottle, and the governments like the genie, and they're not even gonna try to put it back in the bottle. Even if it was possible, which I think it probably isn't, they're not going to let the bottle be closed because it's better for their economy, I guess. I don't know. That's why I think it's a tough thing, and I don't think there's a stopping it. I don't think there's a way to stop it. I know there is some legal effort, although I'm not really super familiar with it, to I guess prevent or stop some of the use of this training on images that artists have not consented to be used for training. But I don't know if that's going to work. Even if laws would support it, I think laws would be changed to enable it. That's what I'm trying to say, which is, again, regrettable. Okay, I have another example of something. I just want to ask you a question. Is it unethical or is it bad? Okay, I'm actually going to do it live for you, okay? So you got to give me a second because I'm trying to get a picture of something. And so I sometimes do streams or videos where I essentially review a tablet, okay? And I just start the video usually these days. I don't have even a bumper at the beginning. Hi Mir, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I can't believe I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. They're using AI for calculating how much we should earn on jobs. What do you mean, Yurikascuro? Like, are you saying AI is just affecting the rates, or they're using it in some way to determine the rates? I really hate how these companies have hijacked calling this technology AI, so the average person thinks of it as something completely different to what it actually is. There is no intelligence. I 100% agree with you, Zalami. It's an interesting, it's completely fake. Sorry, fake sounds bad too. It is not intelligent. It's like a bit of, like a card trick, but it just seems intelligent because of the way we interact with it. Why it's been accepted on social media is because it was planned and presented to the general population entertaining. A good example is when people were making profile pictures in Studio Ghibli. Okay. What do you think about the Huion 144 hertz? Well, I do hope, look, I don't use it. I don't use higher refresh rates because it causes the screen to get warmer. But I know some people really want it, right? I don't think it affects a lot of people. And remember, it will not improve pointer lag much at all. when it's entertaining to the masses, then it's easily accepted because consequences can be ignored for the value of entertainment. Just yes, that's right. That's right. It's just the entertainment will win out. We live in a world where half the planet have no idea intellectual property exists. Oh, great point, Nick. Post-USSR, China, India, Arabic countries, 95 of all printed, published stuff that are stolen. Same. Hadn't even considered that. The protections we have in the United States and other nations is kind of unique. I totally forgot about that. I work in auto insurance. I got accused of using generative AI to determine who's at fault. We're not. The lawsuits would not be worth it. Yeah, it's a terrible risk. I just wait until. I can't imagine the kind of implications for criminal law that are going to happen because we got to see. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to show you a demo, and I'm going to ask you, how bad is it? Because it's not trained on people's IP, but it is using AI, Gen AI. Okay, so we're going to find a picture of a pen tablet. I'm going to pick XP Pen because they have really nice boxes. Okay, you'll see what I'm talking about. Pen displays. Let's see. I just need a good box. Hang on a second. Nope. That's cables. Don't need cables to show you. This is... Okay, almost there. We're almost there. I just gotta find it. I just want a picture of a box. A nice box. Okay, we got it. We got a picture of a box. Okay. So these are pictures I took of the XP Pen. Like, I made these pictures. I mean, the camera made the picture, but you know what I mean. Okay? You know what I mean. Okay, now I'm gonna do this. I wanna show you this. This is Grok, which I pay for. And I wondered if someone took, like, a reviewer of a tablet. I'm not saying I'm gonna do this, but I want your feedback. If I took, notice I'm not taking the actual image. I'm not taking just the box shot. I'm taking my actual photo, okay, of the box. And I'm gonna put it in here, okay, into Grok Imagine. And it's gonna do this, okay? Now, let's just see what happens. I'm curious. There's no audio. I don't know if you can hear the audio or not. I think you can. Actually, I'm gonna mute the audio. Okay, so you see this, right? You see what it did. Now my question for you is pretty simple. Would this be unethical? Does this make you, or more simply, does it make you feel bad? I can see why it is trained on data that no one consented to, but it isn't literally trained on anyone's specific style. It isn't doing anything that's specifically interesting in terms of, like, it's related to somebody or to a specific style, right? And now this is doing something weird, right? Let me try a different thing, which is like the box. How can I say it? Slides in from the left. And you'll see why I'm saying this. Slides in from the left. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, good timing, Mir. Good time. I heard it's really bad now. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's not doing anything really interesting. How about this? Is it training other YouTubers unboxing videos where they do the ASMR shaking for? Possibly. It hadn't even occurred to me. Let's try. The box drops from the ceiling Let's just see this. Okay, but my key point is, how bad do you feel about this use of it, right? Because this is mundane. This is just like recording a video for a review or something, right? Again, it's doing bad movements. Yeah, I don't like it. But imagine that was actually interesting. That was actually interesting, right? Okay, let's ask Grok. Isn't it weird AI is supposed to make our life easier, like doing dishes and laundry, but we are paying money to use AI for it? Yes. Okay, and Salami says, it's definitely not as bad as typical Gen AI, but it's still bad. I don't like it. Dropping a box on the table is trained on Brad Colbo. But you can see, okay, again, please understand, I am not going to use this, but I want you to see the temptation a lot of people would have, where they create a video like this for the beginning of their video. It could be like a product review, right? I think a lot of people would feel like this was okay. I wouldn't want to use this for a couple of reasons. Number one, it screams AI, right? Number two, there's no point. My channel isn't about fancy animations and videos, right? That's not what I do here. And number three, it's really not clear, even if I know it's not someone's drawing here, it's not clear who it might be emulating. Like this could be taken from another ad where boxes are dropped, or as Cami Luna said. So I don't think this is, I still think this gets caught up in we shouldn't use it. Does that make sense? Right? You're important to a lot of artists, so I would feel bad having you act tacitly. I hope you don't think of this as tacitly supporting. I'm trying to understand where our lines are, right? And I think the line is still pretty, how can I say? The line is still pretty well demarcated, right? This is still, even though it isn't literally copying someone's style, and we can't literally, so I'm trying to get back to California Inking about what our objections were. First was the training data, artists they didn't consent to it, okay? But this example doesn't really talk about a specific artist. The second case was, it violates intellectual property, right? Law. Well, this no more violates IP law than me taking a photograph of it, right? I meant to be, yeah. Thank you for California. Thank you for California for clarifying. Yeah. I think in 5 years, I think we have to revisit this topic in a year and see where people land. It wouldn't surprise me in a year or two, a lot of changes will happen in the IP space. I think, so I'm speaking now about other people for a second. I think you're gonna see a lot of people who, what's the Adobe app for doing this kind of animation stuff? Like Premiere, right? I could see a lot of people who are doing reviews or anything that don't bother learning Premiere. Not that I want to learn Premiere either, trust me, I don't. But they will use AI to generate things like this. It'll become normalized for them to not have photos of tablets or whatever, but they'll actually use it to generate things like this. Now this is a kind of a weird example because it's doing something weird, but I could actually just have it zoom out, right? Let me give you an example for a second. Right? Zoom out slowly. That's it. Zalman says, it's still unethical. Yeah, it's not as obvious as generating a painting, but it's still trained on YouTubers. Yeah, there is something it's training on, right? It still gives us a little bit of the ick, right? A girl is tearing down the box. I will do that next, Nick. Okay, this is another example. Like, nothing weird is happening. The only thing that's weird, you may notice sometimes the characters actually animate. Now this is tough because what I'm saying, it's tough to detect because it's not doing anything unnatural. It's, you know, a video can produce this effect, right? Like you would just move your camera away from the box, right? And I could see someone doing that. And you'd have a hard time picking up that any AI was used, because this could even theoretically be done in non-AI ways, right? So I'm always on the lookout for that in videos, which is, I'm not talking about the fake videos. I'm talking about like people using AI, even in more subtle ways, right? So be on the lookout for this. I wonder if in a year we'll see this happening, right? Let's see. Cami Luna, that's right. It did generate something in the bottom, but I didn't see the XP Pen logo. But the fact that it noticed that's interesting. What's that tell us? It knows something about XP Pen. It's been trained on their artwork, right? So we're gonna see things like this, I guarantee you, happen. There's no way you would drop the tab. I'd never drop the tab like that, that's for sure. Okay, we're gonna copy Nick's text just because it's hilarious. We gotta be careful. We don't know what Grok is gonna do because it could create naughty things, but let's hope it doesn't. Beer Mix is here. Thanks for joining us. I'll pretend something even feels like. I'll pretend something. Even if the data set was not built on work of others, stolen, I personally feel so tired of AI content. Yeah, it's just we're being inundated with it. There's a lot. There's a lot we're forced to see, really. Okay, now this is obviously AI slop, right? Is it cute? Yes. Notice they actually kept the tablet, wrong size, inside. They actually have a kind of tablet in there. This, and there's actually some stuff at the bottom. Clever idea. Right, Nick? Clever prompt. Let's see. I wouldn't support it creatively, Amir says, but I do think companies would. I don't think companies will hesitate using AI for designs and graphic. I 100% believe me, it is happening, right? Yeah. So I just, like I said, I didn't want to fixate so much on this specific example, but I think I hate to say it, we're going to end up seeing more and more of this as time goes on, right? The genie is out. The genie is out. And the reason I bring up this topic is, again, I think people are going to use it in more subtle ways. Right now, we're being inundated with very obvious examples, right? The deepfakes will get better. The subtle uses will start getting applied, right? Like in my previous example, like probably you could show this to somebody and they would not be able to guess AI was used, right? The only hint is this character in the lower right is actually let me make the screen a bit bigger so you can see. The only hint is the character in the lower right is actually animated a little bit, okay? And let me make it a little bigger, in fact. Okay, can you see the character here? He's actually taking a sip of tea. That's weird, right? Clearly visible AI crap, as expected, exactly. Okay, let's try Cami Luna's here. She's cat shoves box off a table. Let's see. Frankly, I think it's amazing this thing can generate a video of 6 seconds long in just about 6 seconds. Mir says, I'm going to be honest, I used to love AI. I was one of those AI art pros, and thank God I've changed. I think I was very, I'm sort of in your space, Mir, because so before AI got big, I was learning about what we call GPT-2. Oh, look, the cat inside the drawing did it, Cami Luna. Right? So this is, the rotation's interesting. It messes up the tablet proportions, but then it actually corrects it when it lands, which is wild. Like it shrinks in some weird way. So this kind of stuff has happened. So okay, so when it's called GPT-2, that was just text to text. It was things like translation and generating text. When ChatGPT came out in 2003, I think, and I can't really give you the full details of this, but let's just say in late 2022, I got, oh yeah, the Phoenix is, notice there's also Phoenix still on the board. In late 2022, I got a private demo of some AI stuff. Now, I can't give you the circumstances behind the private demo, but I was amazed then. And I knew, and I was very excited too, to be completely honest. Okay? And I was like, wow, now we can do all these things. And then I sort of have, well, my opinion has become much more muted on AI now in terms of Gen AI. It's like, wow, there's lots of slop. I'm having to doubt what I see a lot. I'm not sure if pictures are true anymore. I'm not sure videos are true. I'm always searching for blurry AI details, right? So now I'm left in a state where I just try to avoid anything with Gen AI. I still experiment with things like this to see what it can do. They're just getting better is the problem. They are just really getting better, right? And they're getting better at such a speed that there's a guy many people point this out. They say, this is the worst it's ever going to be. In a couple of months, it's going to blow you away. And pretty soon the end game is it's saturating everything. So, but the thing is, it's allowing me, you can't avoid it. And now even normal photos, actual photos, I look and I'm trying to see if it's fake, okay? I think it will depend on if it's for a pen tab. Public will always hate that move. Same for a comic. Now, if it's a cleaning product, some will care, others not. Yeah. So my advice is, I try to stay ahead of what the thing can do, even if I don't personally use it, right? Now, I did say I used AI, and I'm going to be clear with you how I do that. So I'll give you an actual example. Let's go. I'm going to move this away for a second. So this is actually a good example. So on this is a real photo I took, remember? Okay. And I didn't do it in this specific case, but this is very similar to what I have to do. When I take these photos, it's on a desk, and sometimes there's like a cable here, or like the desk ends here. So I use Photoshop's remove functionality to remove that, so the background is just flat. Does that make sense? I clean up the desk, right? Also, you might see I didn't do it this here, little splotches of something on this desk. I might use Photoshop's Gen AI feature to remove those splotches. But I don't add things, I just remove things to get out of the way. Okay? The other way I use AI is I experiment to see what it's capable of. And so Photoshop now has so how can I say this? Photoshop can remove people from photos now. And sometimes I've done that to clean up a photo, or remove objects as well. But sometimes it's really not that good. And so I will use Google Gemini, Nano Banana they call it, to remove something, right? And my logic there is well, it's not a creative thing, and I need something cleaned up, right? And I'm removing a cable from a picture, right? It's just, yeah, exactly, Cami Luna. It's like an advanced rubber stamp tool. I'm not claiming creativity of this, right? I saw a video of someone edited AI-generated video so much from Sora they managed to remove Sora AI logo. I could believe it, Mir. I could believe it, Mir. And Cam Mueller says, honestly, we should be kept updated on how this stuff improves and how it will be used against creatives. It's not going away anytime soon. Yeah, that's right. Actually, you know what? Okay, Nick is asking me to do some naughty things, so we're going to do it. Remove. Okay, hang on. This will not do it well. Give me a second. Let me find the exact tool that will. Google, not that. Okay, hang on. Okay, so this is Gemini. You're actually seeing what I do with it because I ask it to like compare things, right? So let me, oh, sorry. I'm dragging away. I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to try what Nick actually asked me to do, okay? So this, again, goes to Cami Luna's point. It's like photo editing, right? Let's do exactly what Nick asked, actually. I'm going to take this picture, and I'm going to say, replace the XP Pen logo in the upper left logo with maybe it's smart enough to figure this out, with the Wacom logo. Change the name of the tablet to Draw a Lot 9000. Will it do it? Don't know. I don't know. And then we're going to get to my actual big use of AI, which is vibe coding. I think it'll do it. I suspect it'll do a decent job. Now, the question is, it did it, Nick. It actually did it. Now, the resolution is not as good. I'll tell you that. But it did it. Exactly what the Wacom Draw a Lot 9000. Okay. Is this scary? Yeah. It's scary. Right? It did it correctly, right? It had the exact same capitalization as you picked. It got the Wacom logo type and its logo. It even made it white on top of this, where the original one was black. So I guess that it was more visible, right? So it did a great job here, except it's much lower resolution, right? So that is that. Okay, now I wanted to talk to you about what I actually use AI for. And I vibe code a lot, okay? I vibe code quite a bit. Let me dig out where my vibe coding is. Compare side to side? Sure, absolutely. Let me download the full version as well so we can see the full size. Because this may be just a reduced image. Then we'll compare them side to side, side by side. One second, let me just take a quick look at my phone. Okay, great. Doing better. Okay, it's downloaded, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually open up Clip Studio Paint so I can put them side by side. Okay, so I guess I'm going to put one of these here. Okay. And I'm going to move it here. And then in my downloads, I have the other one. It's 5 megabytes. Oops, I need to say okay. And this thing is 5 megabytes. I may have done this not the best way, so let's see if I can. Oops, I'm doing it the wrong way again. Generated, I need to put it up here. Okay, actually they came in close to size. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna zoom in and I'm gonna make the other one a bit closer in size, okay? Move, let's do that. And then we can compare them. Yeah, it's pretty close to size. Let's see now. Probably work better if I do them like this, right? Okay, so the original is on top, and I'm gonna zoom in so you can see the quality. So this is, you know, it got rescaled a little bit, but it's clean. If we now look at the bottom one, you'll notice weird things. This is by the way the high resolution download. look what it did to the lines. It kind of really messed these up. It did not preserve these well with the edits. And I've noticed this with other pictures. It really samples it down. So Nano Banana is, I think, probably a useful tool, but this is going to create some bad quality, right? And let's take a look at the text that it added. Look, okay, this is really interesting. It messed up the original text pretty badly. I don't even know what to call this. It's almost like it's pixelized a little bit. The text it added is correct and good, but this is really funny. It's really got a lot of JPEG artifacts, kind of like a weird artificial JPEG artifacts, right? Can you see the ringing? You see the around? I don't know why it does that, but it's interesting that it does. And what about the Wacom logo? Can we see anything? We see a little bit of that ringing around here. The logo is correct. I'm surprised it did this well, to be completely honest. But yeah, the quality is low. Again, if you see the lines here are not preserved correctly. It's that weird digitization. Maybe there's some quality settings that would improve it, but don't use Nano Banana if you're trying to do anything and you need a good quality image. It will destroy the image quality. Okay, and then I want to talk about what I actually use AI for, which is vibe coding. Now, I have coded for something like 35 years, okay? So I've been in the game quite a bit, okay? And let me move this video. Let me close this. I'm tired of looking at that video. It's driving me crazy. Let me open up Google AI Studio. So what is vibe coding? I use several tools, but it's easiest just to talk about this thing. So I have a 3D printer and I build 3D tools for myself, okay? And I use Google AI Studio to build little mini tools for myself. Why do I do that if I have 35 years of coding experience? It takes time to write code. I consider myself decently good at it, but I don't know every API in every, it does look bad, doesn't it, Nick? It should have gotten this perfect, right? But the text is messed up. And it didn't preserve the original image very well at all. So let me give you an example of something, examples of what I actually do with vibe coding, okay? So I have a JSON file that lists a bunch of Wacom drivers, and I need to edit it. It's very hard to edit a JSON file. It's easy technically, but I wanted the experience to be easier. So I invented, in an hour or so, just this thing to help me look through this and edit the entries, right? So create a nice form for me. So in general, what I use with vibe coding is hyper-specialized tools. No one has this JSON file except me. I mean, it is public, I published it. But my point is, it's something super specific that no one would build, and it would cost a lot to build, to be honest. It would cost, and I'm not talking about paying somebody, I'm talking about my own time. I could build it, it would take me, it's relatively complex actually, but it would take me at least a week to build it to this level, right? And I had to be spending like a full-time job doing it, right? And for what? I wouldn't learn anything new, or not dramatically so. I'd learn a few things, but it would just be a lot of effort. So I build hyper-specific tools, that's one of them. Another one, I build tools to help explain things to you. So I'm trying to explain parallax, and I had a picture, I drew a picture on a slide, and I asked it to help illustrate it like a dynamic drawing, right? And this diagram actually is supposed to help you understand what parallax is. So you can see here, sorry, let me expand this so it's more clear. In this example, all the secondary XP Pen logos are just fucked up. I didn't notice that, I'll check again. So in this example, I can change the glass thickness, and you can see how parallax, right? The discrepancy between where the pen is actually above and where your eye thinks it is increasing due to parallax, right? Let me shrink this a bit. Okay? Now here's an interesting question, and we have to answer it. Is this theft of IP? Well, I don't think it is, and here's the reason why, which is very simple. The code this is trained on is published publicly, right? Like if you go to GitHub, the code is there that everyone can see and learn from. That's the purpose of publishing things on GitHub. So there's an implicit, in fact, many repositories have a license that explicitly says you can use the code, you can modify it, you just have to give credit to them. Like you have to say where you got the code from. Some even say you can take it and do whatever you want. You can sell it if you wanted to, right? Like you can make a product that uses it. So there's a very big difference in the intellectual property for code that's public than visual images. Because the code, though it is a kind of, in a sense you could say it's a kind of expression of somebody, I publicly publish all my code so that others can use the code, right? So there's a different thing going on there, right? And the other things that's published on are documents that teach people how to use the code, right? So this is the thing that I use AI for mostly, right? Is this kind of thing, right? Teaching tools. In fact, my pen simulator, let me find it. Where is it? This was also vibe coded. Now I did some manual editing here, okay? But this entire thing was built to demonstrate something for you. Again, it doesn't replicate anyone else's tool. It uses it generates code from what is out there in the world when there are licenses around it, right? To let you see it and use it. So I think it is a different thing, this kind of vibe coding. Now, is it good to vibe code? Well, if you know coding, vibe coding is it accelerates a lot of things. Like you can try things out. Like here's a great example. If you've ever had to change code that already exists, that's a real pain. It's a real pain. And those projects, when you have to do them, are really complicated. And vibe coding, or actually AI coding, can help you make those changes it's a lot of drudgery. I really have a hard time explaining. It's like changing a jet plane's engine while the plane is flying. You have to move pieces, lots of little pieces, and nothing can break. That's a lot of drudge work, right? And remember, it's doing it on my code. It's not doing it on other people's code. So there's no, what do you call it? There's nobody else's intellectual property being used. Okay, so this is another thing I built. Hyper-specific tools. I also ask it to build something just so I can see how it does it. So for example, I asked it, I don't have this example here, but I'll show you. I asked it an example of how I could draw, this literally is the example where this slider changes this number. And there are very sort of straightforward ways of doing it, but I asked it, hey, how would you do the same thing using a different library? And it showed me that, and then I was able to learn from that and use it in my own code. Anyway, again, my point of showing this is, I want to always tell you how I use AI and what I've been discovering with AI, okay? And again, I do not use any Gen AI. I do not use any Gen AI. The closest that generates for me is like these kind of small apps that I generate, okay? Glass layer is super thin now, not like 1 centimeter armored ones. Like, yeah, the glass layer is really, really thin now, right? It's like this doesn't even do a good job showing you how thin it is, right? So these days, parallax is basically a solved problem. We notice parallax when it's a little abnormal. We don't, used to be you'd notice it all the time. Claire Eclair says, I just bought the 2025 Wacom Pro Medium, and I was wondering if there was a good hard case I could pair with it. Is the Wacom cloth case worth it? I have never used the Wacom cloth case. Claire Eclair. You like that tool, Cami Luna? I'm actually developing that tool a lot. But I did that in 3 hours, and I did that night before my stream, right? So that, it really met a very hyper-specific need, right? But to answer Claire, I can steer you in the direction of some places you might look. I haven't seen a review of the Wacom cloth case. I tend to think it probably won't be good, to be honest. But you need a hard case, so let me find one. I think I have protective cases here in my site. Let me type it in. Protective cases. Yeah, I'm going to paste this into chat, Claire. So just give me a moment and I'll get it to you. I think that's the Intuos. It's talking about the Intuos Pro. Nick. But if you're not talking about that, let me know, Claire. Oh, gee, widgets. I hate those stupid widgets. Where is the... Yeah, let's paste it in. At Claire. Oh, sorry, wrong link. I wanted protective cases for drawing tablets. Okay, that's the right one. Yeah. Yeah, see if this helps. I never got a Wacom cloth case. I keep it in the front pocket of my laptop sleeve when I travel and keep it in a canvas knit pouch. Okay, so you do take very good care then of your tablet, which I think makes sense. You definitely don't want to scratch it up, especially if it's a pen display, because that you cannot come back from that with this etched glass surfaces. Oh, and the other thing I use AI for is, I use Notebook LM to analyze things. So I'd invite you to do that. So here's a great example is, and I'll just do this demo again. Nick says, I don't like the Wacom cloth one. The laptop bag is a much better option. So let's see. Let's go to Notebook LM. Where is it? It should be under my tools section. So I have a bunch of these notebooks built up, and I think I have one recently. Yeah, so this is, I had this generated for me, which is compare these two tablets, right? And it actually created a report. Let me have the report here. Let's do product comparison report. There we go. Let's just see what it does. Everyone should be using Notebook LM. Let me tell you, this is a very good tool. And you can even point it to a YouTube video. It will analyze the transcript for you. Which reminds me, I have to start my new YouTube channel this week, so I'm going to do that today. It's taking a bit longer. At least I'll go to the old one it made. So it made these slides. It reads a little bit too much like an ad, to be honest. I wanted a comparison. It didn't really compare that much. It talked more about the launch of the moving pad, which is not what I wanted. So this is not a great use of it in creating that kind of content, but I'm waiting for this report to come out. But something like this is useful because it'll spare you a lot of time and it will show you where it got the information from. So let's just wait for this report. Okay, while we're waiting, I'm going to be back in just a minute. Okay, I'm back and I've produced the report, so let's take a look. Can we make it bigger? I want to save the report. I don't know why it won't let me. I guess I can copy and paste it. It actually created a table to compare the two. So that's really good, right? Which fits in the compact sleeve. I do want to get a sleeve for my Canvas Pro 19. Very good idea. Always protect that glass. So this is the kind of thing I'd encourage you to use, because it will show its sources. I mean, you do have to check. Sometimes it can get things wrong. But this actually is correct. It actually did it. I believe everything's correct here. So the next time someone says, I need to compare two things, I'll say, hey, use Notebook LM to do it. In fact, maybe I will make a video on that tomorrow and just publish it. There's a couple of short videos I want to make. One is for this Notebook LM thing to compare tablets. The other thing is, what was I going to say? Compare tablets. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, I want to teach people about the value of knowing how much the pens cost. There are a bunch of little tablets like that, and maybe Parallax. I might do Parallax as well. Okay, let's see. I've been going on now for 6 hours 38 minutes, which is a long stream. So everyone, I'm going to end the stream in a second. I want to thank all of you for joining and sitting in and chatting with me. This was a pretty fun discussion, actually. We got to talk about AI and vibe coding, and a few people popped in with questions. We talked about Parallax, and I'll probably do another sort of shopping stream later in the week because people are shopping and they do need some help. Though we didn't have too many people here today who needed shopping help. But again, I want to thank you. And next time I'll also do one with a little bit more time ahead so people know what's happening. Thanks, Nick, for a great conversation. Thanks, Cami Luna. Thanks, Claire. I don't know who else is online right now, but it has been an awesome. California Inking, thank you. Had a great conversation with you. Okay, everyone, take care and have a great night. Okay?